introduction. Now, next one team. What is dependency injection? What is dependency injection team? How many types of dependency injections? Types of dependency injections. Next one team. How to configure dependency injection. How to configure dependency injection in Spring. A. Using XML market. No one will use this XML. B. Java config. Still people are using auto-wired annotations approach. We are going into C team. Okay, examples on around 25 examples we are going to see. Okay, examples on only XML. Okay, examples on only XML. Okay, examples on only Java config. Okay, examples on only using pure annotations, and examples on the combination of XML plus Java config, combination of XML plus Java config plus annotations. Around 25 examples we are going into C team. 25 at the end of the course. Now, okay, fifth one, very important concept is called scopes team. In Spring Core, how many scopes are there? 2 scopes are there. When to use singleton and to use prototype team. Okay. Now sixth one team. Okay, sixth one team. Very important. How to load the properties file. Hey, please go on mute. How to load the properties file team. How to load the properties file using Spring Core. Seventh one team. Profiles is very important. In our real time, we have different profiles are there. Dev profiles, okay, environments, test or UAT or production. How to load this properties file using the profile concept team. Now, eighth one, eighth one, we are going to see how to apply Spring Core in web applications. Ninth one, Spring Aware Interfaces team. Spring Bean Aware Interfaces. And last one, Spring Bean lifecycle team. These are the topics we are going to discuss these 2 days at the end of the course. So you will get, at the end of the course, you will get, once course will look successful, you will get class notes plus 25 examples. What are the examples we are going to discuss here? These 25 examples we are going to provide to you team, so that you would be practice all these things. While doing practicing, if any questions also, you can send email to srinu.srinutech@gmail.com so that not immediate response you can expect, maybe 1 day delay, because I am working classes plus working by I may or you cannot expect a real-time response. You will be expecting some 24 hours. Okay, within 24 hours, you will be expecting a response team. Okay. At the end, if you are interested, if you are good, we are going into discuss FAQs also. Top some 20 FAQs of Spring Core we are going to discuss. Recording will not share, team. Recording will not share. I have clearly here mentioned, right? You will get class notes plus 25 examples. If any technical, you can send here. Understood, team? Okay, now let's start, team. So what is Spring, team? First, what is Spring? See now, why Spring framework has introduced into the market, team? What is Spring? Okay, introduction we are going into see, team. What is Spring? What is Spring? And why introduced into the market? See, okay, I don't want to give bookies answers, team. Just for 2 days, right? Gunshot answers, like gunshot answers I should give. See, team, if I ask what is Spring means, I would say Spring is a framework. But why introduced this Spring into the market? The main goal of the Spring framework is to make J2EE application development was easier. To make J2EE application development was easier. Okay, to make J2EE application development was easier, we should go for this Spring framework team. That means, hey, what are the drawbacks of this J2EE applications? Look at drawbacks. The drawbacks of this J2EE applications, I don't want to talk each and every drawback. I will give only a title team. J2EE applications are tightly coupling applications team. Okay, tightly coupling applications. J2EE applications are tightly coupled applications. Means if you want to write first to what is mean by J2EE team? J2EE means I would say servlet, JSP, EJB, RMI, EJB, all will be comes under J2EE. So all J2EE applications are tightly coupling applications. Tightly coupling applications means if you want to write any one simple hello world servlet, you should be extends your HTTP servlet or actual servlet interface implements it. Means it's a tightly coupling. Tomorrow, if you want to migrate from your servlet to your any other framework, any other technologies, you cannot do. You have to write so much of code. You have to write team. Tightly coupling means now here your class should be extends with other class team. Means our applications. Okay, our applications should extends servlet or EJB if you are using EJB and so on. Whenever you are extending your servlets or EJB, you have to override your init methods, service methods, EJB predefined methods. so that tomorrow if you want to migrate from your EJB to any other framework, you can't do it, team. Next, okay, drawback is, okay, it's a heavyweight. All J2EOC applications are a heavyweight, team. What is the concept of this? Okay, heavyweight means, now see, if you want to start your J2E applications, if any working guy is there, they will be able to know in 2010 something, minimum 15 minutes it would happen to. It will be so many classes, so many, so many framework related classes, so many your app server classes. It will take so much of time. Application startup will take more extra processing time, team. Application process of application startup will take more extra processing time, team. Now, next drawback, boilerplate code, very, very important. What is boilerplate code, team? So common code is getting repeated in multiple places to do some activity is called boilerplate code. For example, JDBC connection. So it is a common code which is required for, okay, everywhere. Common code is getting repeated in multiple places, team, to do some activity is called boilerplate code. Fourth one, cross-cutting concerns. That means if you want to implement any security transactions, so in all the layers of your applications, your J2EE does not support it. It does not support J2EE does not support security transactions, all connection pooling. If you want all these things, you need to implement manually, team. Does not support inbuilt, need to implement manually. See, to overcome all these problems, now here, to overcome all these problems, Spring guys, one of the guy from J2E team, that guy name is Rod Johnson. This guy team, Rod Johnson. This guy is also part of the J2E project. This guy is also part of this J2E project team. What this guy did, with all the drawbacks of this J2E application, he was disappointed. Okay, he was disappointed. He came out from, Sun Microsystems. He, he was build a one company and a team is called Interface 21. Is called Interface 21 because of all these drawbacks. Because of all these drawbacks of J2E applications. J2E applications. There is a person called Rod Johnson. Person is called Rod Johnson. Okay, the guy has started a framework is called starting Interface 21 team. He is from Sun Microsystem actually. He is from Sun Microsystem. He came out from Sun Microsystems and he introduced a one framework is called Spring Team. Okay, introduced a one framework is called Spring Team. Now let's see. Got it, team? Any questions you can ask? So I would say Spring has overcome all these problems, team. Now here see. So he is from, person is called Rod Johnson. Okay. Now he is from Sun Microsystem. He is from Sun Microsystem, and he was disappointed. He was disappointed with J2EE futures. Okay, and started something was called interface 21. Interface 21 renamed was renamed as Spring team. Okay. Now, what are the advantages of this Spring advantages? There are so many advantages are there in Spring. What are the drawbacks of all your J2E applications? No, Spring can overcome all this one. First one is Spring application make application development as easier. Make application development easier, team. How the easier and all means? Now we'll see. Spring provides a features which all the enterprise applications which helps involved in development team. And also Spring applications are lightweight. What is lightweight? The startup time it will take very less team. Okay, it won't take any too much time here. Spring has modularity, team. What is modularity? Now here Spring has provided around 20 modules, team. Spring has provided around 20 modules these days. Now Spring Core, Spring MVC, Spring Batch, Spring Transactions, Spring Security, so many, team. And also one of them is called Spring Boot, Spring Web, Web MVC, Spring DAO, Spring AOP. Okay, so many and so on. Spring has introduced around 20 modules, team. Now see, to develop only standalone applications, use Core. To develop app applications, use MVC. To develop batch applications, use this batch. To develop security, use this security. So that's why Spring is another advantage is it is POSO based development, team. Why POSO based development? Spring does not force to your application implement or extending any Spring framework classes. Spring does not force your applications. Spring does not force your application. Does not force your application to extend or implement any Spring framework classes. Any Spring framework classes, team. See how much of advantage is there with the Spring. Tomorrow, if you want to migrate from Spring to any other framework, happily you can go ahead, team. Happily you can go ahead, team. Spring is more popular because all Spring applications are loosely coupled applications, and unit test code. Okay, these are the advantages in Spring. But the question is, see, any framework, team, I have seen in my experience from 2008 to till now. I was working on struts, I was working on Wicket, I was working on JSF. Now I have been working on Spring. But why Spring? Spring is, sustaining in market means it's good thing is team, please. Any framework is available in the market. Spring, what the Spring team is there, Spring is ready to provided, one module for that. If you want to work with Redis cache, what the Spring will do? Hey, you don't need to write too much of boilerplate code. Spring will give you one with the latest version. They will give some utility classes. Okay, Spring Redis, it will be supported. If you want to work with in the market MongoDB, you don't need to worry. MongoDB, okay? Yes, Spring has provided a predefined API is called Mongo template or something. No, why I am telling anything in the market, there is a Kafka. No problem. Spring has provided a one predefined classes is called Kafka. If any technology is available in the market, which is the famous, Spring has provided, APIs to communicate with that, technologies. That's why everyone is, preferred for Spring. Spring is crazy. Kafka, don't write, Kafka code. If you write in Kafka code, you will write 100 lines code. I will provide. I mean, Spring will provide Kafka template. So Kafka template will write internally all this code, how to connect to this Kafka and all. Developer no need to write too much of code. JMS, everything team, security, everything. That's why Spring is more popular in the market team. Understood team? Now, our concept is one of the famous module in Spring Core. Spring Core is the module. Without this Spring Core, no projects team. Without this Spring Core, no projects are there in the Spring. So even though you have so many modules are there, but underlying module is Spring Core team. Spring Core is the base module of entire your Spring framework. Spring Core is the base module of entire your Spring framework. So if you know the Spring Core, you can play the games like with the AOP, DAO, ORM, any new module also will be coming to you. That's why it is a base. How they were building base, right? If base is not strong, what happened? Building will be collapse. Similarly, in this entire this Spring, whole this Spring project, whole this Spring framework, Spring Core is the base team. If you know the Spring Core, now you can understand other modules will be easy team. That's why see how this image has given by the Spring team. Okay, so that's why we are going to learn in Spring Core now team. Okay, Spring Core is very important now here. What this Spring Core will do? Okay, what this Spring Core will do is our next question team. What this Spring Core will do? Before start our Spring Core, first one is we need to start why we should go for this Spring Core. Why we should go for Spring Core. I would tell definitions easily, but the next one in our project development team, You'll write one statement. Spring Core is the base module for all of the other module, for all of the other module team, other module. Okay. Now, so why I should learn this Spring Core? Spring Core. In our project development, here only you need some core Java skills. In our project development. So how your project development is there, now we'll see. Let us assume that I am going to write one class, public class account. Account, what information is there? Account, every class will have a state, every class will have a behavior. Every class will have a state, every class will have a behavior. I would say this state is called instance variable. This behavior is called methods or functions. State is called instance variable, behavior is called methods and functions. So what is this, in our real-time project, wherever you are developing your project, one thing is mandatory, means a class. You are developing a class. That class should follow the SRP. You have a concept is called solid principles that we'll discuss later. Later means not this 2 days. In solid principle, S means SRP. Okay, S means okay, SRP. SRP stands for single responsibility principles. SRP stands for single responsibility principles. That means whenever you are writing any project code, that class should have only one responsible to modify, to touch. A class should not have two things. A class should not have users information. A class should not have customer details. This is wrong. You are developing any project. That project should have only one responsibility. A class means either you should give only user details, or you should give customer details. Either you should give only user details, or you should give customer details. You should not combine both into single. It is the one of the mandatory solid principles. Whenever you start this solid principles, okay, SRP stands single responsibilities, means every class should have one responsibility. Every class should have one responsibility. It is a very important in our interviews. Okay, interviews are asking, can you explain about solid principles? What is O, what is LID? We'll discuss in upcoming class later. But as of now, every class should have only one responsibility. It is called single responsibilities. Don't include your users details and account details. A class should have either user details or you should have account details. Okay, now because of these solid principles, during your project development, we would have multiple classes. Every project would have multiple multiple classes. Okay, every project would have multiple classes. If multiple classes, okay, every class, okay, if we follow SRP, okay, SRP means single responsibility principle. Single responsibility principle. Now, okay, next one. For every class, you should create object. Developer has the responsibility to create the object. Every class, developer should create the object. Every class, developer should create the object. An application is running. An application is running. These objects should interact with another object. When application is running, these objects should be interact with another object. Another object team. Okay, when the application is running, these objects should be interact with another object team. Small example. Small example. Now here see, simple example, our a class A. Class A. Here I have a class B. I have a class B. Now here see, class A and class B. Class A is now here depending on class B. I need some okay amount. Okay, amount is available here. Class A is okay depending on class B to get the some amount. Now what I should use? BB. Okay. Now I should call in this. Here I have a some method. Now here what should I do? So no need all this stuff at this stage. My class A is okay depending on class B. Class A is okay depending on class B. I would say my A class is dependent class. A class is dependent or source class. People are calling okay dependent or source class. My B class is dependency class. Dependency class or target class. Please try to understand basics are okay, important. Okay, dependency class or target class. Now here see dependency. Okay, my A class is okay depending on this one. Now here see all Spring Core is nothing but Spring Core is nothing but how to manage the dependencies. Spring Core it is used to manage the objects dependencies. How to manage the object dependencies? Now we'll see. Practically we'll see how to manage the object dependencies. Practically we'll see. Now, so here is okay clear, right? What is mean by dependency? What is mean by dependent and what is mean by dependency? Dependent is used to so always in your project, right, in your project, okay, big classes are there. Compulsory one class should communicate with another class. Dependent means it is an object which is required, which is depending on, please try to understand, which is okay, depending on another object. Okay, depending on another object. Depending on another object. Another object to get some information. What is a dependency? What is the dependency? Okay, what is the dependency? Dependency is used. It is an object. It is an object required by another object. Required by another object to carry out the functionality. Please try to understand. I told already, basics are very, very important. You may get bored, but please have some patience to understand all this stuff. In your project development, compulsory you would be, there are multiple classes are there in our project development in our real time. So compulsory one class will be depending on another class. Here I have a class A, I have a class B. Class A is okay depending on class B. Class A is okay depending on class B here. Class A is called okay dependent and class B is called dependency, and class B is called okay dependency. Okay, right. Now here see. So now you came to know what is dependent and what is okay dependency. Now actual game will start now. Please try to understand. I will be providing all this to at the end of the class. Now I will take one small our real okay, use case team. What is our real use case? Simple example team. Common example. Do you know what is mean by this pedigree? I have a 3 objects team. Pedigree object, dog object, dog owner object. I have in 3 objects, and 3 objects are very simple objects. You can, so why I am okay explaining this means you can understand in our understand in our day-to-day okay, real-time okay, activities. Pedigree, dog object, dog owner object. These are the 3 classes team. How this simple class, public class, pedigree, what is there here? Simple method, public void eat team. Public void eat team. Eat. Okay, done. Here, simple class. Why I am copy paste means these classes I will be used for in another approaches. Another approaches okay, I will be used for these classes team. Now, next one. See now, please try to understand what is the class here, how the class is then public class, simple class. You have a dog. What is the pedigree means? Dog food routine. How we will be eat our breakfast, our dinner, right? It's kind of dog food is called pedigree. Public. I am writing one constructor. Constructor is called a dog. Here I am creating object. This dot p is equal to new pedigree. New pedigree. Now, please try to understand. Now, public void eat method. Here you will be calling this dot p dot eat team. Now done. Now done. So now this is what one simple class team. One simple class. Here my class is a candidate team. I am saving this class also. Why? I would be using all these classes in upcoming approaches. Okay, instead of typing again. Go to here team. What is my simple dog owner class? Public class dog owner. Assume that we have a code static void method and all. I don't want all. Now what happened here? Dog D is equal to new dog. New dog. Dog D is equal to new dog D. Okay. Let's assume that here we have one simple SOP is there. System dot out dot println eat some pedigree. Eat pedigree. Eat pedigree team. Now let's see. What is the output team? See, my dog owner is okay depending on dog. My dog is calling to my dog owner will call to this dog. Dog owner will call to this dog. So dog owner has the responsible to create the object of the pedigree, and my pedigree, my dog will call to eat method. Can anyone explain what is the output team? Now here, what is the output team here? Now, what is the output team? Can we say output is eat pedigree or not? Team, hope you are following. Yeah. Now here actual game start team. Now here, see, please concentrate. Please, yeah, concentrate. Good. Now here, see. My dog owner is depending on dog. My dog is depending on pedigree. I would say this is called dependent or source object. Some people are calling dependent, some people are calling source object. Here, this will be acting as a dependent and dependency. Dependent and dependency. But this pedigree would be acting as dependency or target object. Now, can anyone explain what are the drawbacks with this approach? Anyone? In this approach, what are the drawbacks with this approach? Drawbacks or disadvantages or advantages. We'll talk disadvantages and advantages. Disadvantages, yeah, and advantages. Good. Someone is responding. Advantages. See, first disadvantage here, please try to understand. First disadvantage is here. Here, this dog, right? Advantage is super. Okay, advantages is your dependent does not know internal details of the dependencies, means here strong encapsulation here. Advantages is strong encapsulation team. Why strong encapsulation? What is your encapsulation? That's why OOPS concepts are prerequisiting. Here we have strong encapsulation. We have. What is strong encapsulation? Let me explain. Here we have proper encapsulation in our place. Proper encapsulation in place. Encapsulation is maintained. What is encapsulation here? Encapsulation means hiding. Okay, implementation details are hiding. Encapsulation is nothing but data hiding plus abstraction. Here dog owner don't know what dog is eating. Dog owner don't know internal details of the dog. Dog owner just create the object of the dog. Dog will take care to send the pedigree food to your pedigree class. That's why here advantage is proper encapsulation is maintained because dependence maybe dog or dog owner or dog doesn't know the internal details of their dependencies. Internal details of their dependency. What is like a disadvantages? No, first disadvantages is tightly coupled. What is tightly coupled team? Here, dog only eat pedigree only. If you want to supply other than the pedigree like chicken or mutton or whatever it, bread or whatever it, you should go to dog class. You should modify the code manually. If day after tomorrow it will eat another one, you should modify your code manually. That's why it is dog eats only pedigree. That's why it is called tightly coupled team. If you want any new food, you should change your source code. If you want a new food, you should change your source code team. Second one team, we can't write the unit test cases. The code is like this. We can't write the unit test cases. There is a difference is there, unit testing and integration testing. These days market without unit testing, there is no project in Java. That's why Maven software has written, Maven software has provided one SRC test folder. Every Maven project default project structure is SRC main Java, SRC test Java means every project unit test cases are mandatory. Without unit test cases, there is no project implementation team. But here we are missing this unit testing team here. We are missing here unit testing team here. So now what happened to overcome these problems? Now what happened to overcome these problems? Now straightly we should change team. So drawback one is it is tightly coupled, and and also we can't write the unit testing team. Advantage is super proper encapsulation is maintained because of dependents don't know the internal details of their dependency team. To overcome these problems, how our structure would change team? To overcome these problems, how our coding structure, we can modify our coding like this. How to do simple team? That's why I'm copy paste earlier my code. I'm using here the simple one. I'm not complex code. I'm not copying. All is simple only. It is my pedigree. It is my dog. Now what happened here? Instead of you will created the object inside of your constructor, now you will created this object here. Inside constructor means it is not in our hand. This dot p is equal to p. It is now your p dot it. That's fine. No, that's fine. So now you have a dogger. Public class dog owner. I don't want to write too much of code. I want to write some pedigree. P is equal to new pedigree. Dog. D is equal to new dog. Okay. Now here I should pass here P. Is it loosely coupled for some extent, but still it is tightly coupled only. Pedigree only. Always you should supply the pedigree. In this approach, what is the drawbacks? First drawbacks, still it is tightly coupled. Second drawback, encapsulation is breaking here. Why encapsulation is breaking? Your dependent knows, okay, implementation of your dog means your dog will eat only pedigree only. To overcome this approach, if you want to communicate with, if we want communicate with in project development, in project development, there would be multiple classes. If we want to communicate with one, if you want to communicate one object with another object, then we should communicate via interface, not direct classes. Let's see what is the interface approach team. What is the interface approach? See here. What is the interface approach? Here we have a space. We'll see here. Interface approach. See. What is the interface approaches? Please concentrate. I will use a interface is called public. I will use interface is called public. Interface food is the interface. What is there here? Public void eat. By default, interface will have public only. You no need to specify any void. How many classes? We have so many implementations. So many implementations we have. Class pedigree implements food. Okay, now another one is here we have a IMPL. One is interface, another one is IMPL. So many implementation classes. Here it is pedigree done. Another one is if you want to eat bread. Another one is if you want to eat meat. All it is an interface. It is an interface team. Now please try to understand. Now how my dog class structure now? Very simple. How your dog class structure is there? See here. How your dog class structure is there? Approach 3 it is. What I will do here? I would pass here food team. this dot f is equal to f. Eat and all, okay. Now what happened? The flow will go to any of the, if you go for what food you are going into provide. Now let's see. Now we have a class is called dog owner. Dog owner. Now please, here there is a, now it is what food you want to know. You want food is called bread, or you want food is called meat, or what food you want? What food do you want? You want bread, or you want to eat, or what food do you want? No, you have to provide that one team. Here create the dog object, new dog, pass that food here. This is called loosely coupled team. This is called loosely coupled. But here what you are doing here, manually applying your dependencies here. This is called loosely coupling. Now it is called 100%. It is loosely coupled team. It is loosely coupled for, so and also it is okay, unit testable code. What are the advantages with this is? Please try to understand. Now we are entering into our Spring core. If you understand this, we are entering into our Spring core. First advantage time, it is unit, it is loosely coupling. Why it is loosely coupling? Whatever you want to food, you can at runtime you can pass that food without modifying your dog object. You can send pedigree, you can give bread, or you can give meat, whatever you want. Okay, you can give them food to team. Understood team? Next one is unit test code team. It is unit test code. Okay, unit of testable code means the drawback also here team. First drawback, it breaks the encapsulation. Why? Your dog owner should know what dog will eat. That means your dependence knows the dependencies implementations. Second one is unnecessary. It creates unnecessary objects. It creates unnecessary dependencies between. It creates unnecessary dependencies between unrelated classes or objects. Objects. So to overcome all these problems, there is a concept is called dependency injection. What that concept is there here, see here, to overcome all these problems. Please, here only problem. To overcome these problems, we should go for dependency injection. What this dependency injection will do? Public class, it is dog owner only, but I have a constructor is called a dog. What I will do? Private dog owner. You should see here dog team. Please try to understand. This dot dog is equal to dog. That's it. Advantage one. Here dog is loosely coupled food. Advantage 2, you can write unit test case. Advantage 3, no broken encapsulation. Why? Your dog owner don't know what dog is eating food. Just your dog owner will pass the dog object. No. Here the question is, who will supply the dog object? Who will supply the food object? Who will supply the dog owner object? That is called dependency injection. What is the advantage here? Please, in this approach team, advantages means, first advantage, dog is loosely coupled. Second advantage is here, unit test code, unit testable code. Third advantage here, no broken encapsulation. Unnecessary dependencies between the classes and objects. No need, that is no need internal details of dependencies. You understood, team? So if you look at code, if you look at this code team, if you look at this code, if you look at this code, only this code, please. This code, if you look at this code, is there anywhere like a developer is creating objects, team? Are you seeing anywhere like a developer is creating the objects? Are you seeing anywhere like a developer is creating anywhere objects? No. Developer is not creating the objects anywhere. Developer is not creating the object anywhere. If you look at this code, developer is not created object anywhere. But developer is expecting someone will create the object. So, developer is expecting someone else will create the object. That someone else is called Spring. Spring will provide this object to team. Someone is called Spring. Spring will create the objects team. If Spring will created the object 100%, it is loosely coupled, unit testable code, encapsulation also it should not break. Understood, team? How this Spring will provide these objects, now we'll see. Now in Spring core, or the Spring core, okay, Spring core, okay, using these modules, okay, we can, using these modules, Spring will create the required objects and supply to application. So supply to the application. That is developer no need to create any objects in application development. So that our application development is, our application would be loosely coupled. Coupled team. Now here see how Spring will supply this one. How? Question is how Spring will provide the objects. How will Spring will provide the objects? How to get the objects from Spring? Now we'll see important. To implement Spring IOC, to implement Spring Core, we should follow 3 steps team. Step 1, configuration. Step 2, dependency injector. I will explain in depth team how the JVM would be happen. Okay, everything we'll see now. Step 3, step 1, how to configure, and step 2, dependency injector. Step 3, get bean, use the beans or get the beans, use the beans or get the beans. Step 1, configuration. Step 2, dependency injector. Step 3, use beans or get the beans. Get the beans and use them, and use wherever required. Very important team. Please concentrate. I'm going to draw one diagram. If you understand this diagram, it is very easy. First one team, configurations team. Configuration you can do, you can do either XML or you can do either Java config and all. Okay, in Spring. First one team, configuration team. I would explain how these beans will be created, JVM and all. I will explain everything. Please try to understand team. Here the step 1 is configuration. We'll start from here. Step 1 is configuration team. This configuration is maybe XML configuration, maybe Java configuration. Here you would be using XML or you would be using Java configuration. If already XML is there, why you should go for Java configuration? If already Java configuration is there, why you should go for annotations? All will discuss team. All will discuss. Next one is XML configuration, Java configuration, and the next one is annotations team. Now, always configure 3 questions team. Number 1, what objects to create? Number 2, how to create them? Number 3, what dependencies inject? Please try to understand what dependencies inject. What dependencies inject? Now, these 3 are important. So, first one answer, what objects to create? What objects to create? You need to create objects. First one answer means you need to create dog owner object. You need to create dog object. You need to create pedigree object. You need to create dog owner and dog owner, dog, pedigree, bread, meat, comma, food. All these objects are created. Okay. What objects to be created means you should have clarity. These objects we should be create. Now here see how to create, and what dependencies are required. That's all you should know team. That means you should first one how to create. See, create pedigree object. Second one, pedigree object will always how the object will be created. Default constructor only object would be created using default constructor. Second one, create dog object and inject into pedigree object. Inject into pedigree object. Third one, create dog owner object and inject dog object. Inject dog object. Inject dog object. Inject dog object. Inject dog object which is created in step 2. Which is created in step 2. Please concentrate. First, you know what happened? Step 1. It is a one comment. Step 2. It is a one comment. Step 3. It is a one comment. How your Spring understand all these comments? Spring understand one language is called. That language is called some configuration. Beans. Understand one configuration. I will explain to him in depth. We will see beans. Here we are going with okay, step by step. Beans. What this Spring will do? Okay. First, what object you want? Pedigree object. No problem. Bean ID is equal to pedigree. Class is equal to com dot Srinutech dot pedigree. Please try to understand. Next to half an hour, very important. How this will be loaded into your JVM and all we are trying to see next to half an hour. Please okay, try to understand. Okay, next half an hour. Now, see, okay. Now created the dog object. How to create this dog object here? Same like bean ID. Now dog object means dog. Class is equal to com dot Srinutech dot dog object. But dog object is required for what? Dog object is required for what? Dog object is required pedigree. How to required? If you see our source code, dog object is required pedigree via constructor. Via constructor team. I would pass here constructor or you can see reference is equal to pedigree. Please try to understand pedigree. Okay, team. Now, my dog, what is the last step? Last step is called dog owner. Dog owner. Instead of typing team, I'm copy paste here. Dog owner. com.Srinutech. Dog owner. constructor argument here docty. These kind of instructions you are going into provide. These kind of instructions you are going into provide. This is the configuration. Configuration does not create any object. Configuration does not create any objects, and it will not load anything. Configuration is you just provided an XML or annotations. Later we'll see at this stage of XML how your Spring understand this of XML. You have to provide this configuration. You have to provide this configurations team, so that let's assume that you will give this configuration is nothing but Spring or Spring config dot XML. Okay, how to config, how to all will see practicality. See, you are injecting, you are trying to injecting your DAB object via constructor. That's why it is called constructor injection. So dependency injection means the process of getting the dependency, the process of getting the objects. Instead of you will created the object, someone else will provide the object. That someone else is called Spring will provide the objects. That is called dependency injection. So here you are just providing your instructions here. That is called configurations team. That is called configurations. Just you provide the instructions, what you want, how you want. That's it. Any questions here? Now actual game will start now. So what happened, this configuration will be given to whom, this configuration will be given to your dependency injector. These configurations will be given to whom? Dependency injector. This configuration will be given to whom? Dependency injector. Dependency injector. Very, very important. See. Dependency injector. Now, how you will be supply this dependency injector, I will explain later, team. All I will explain later. There is some class is called bean factory. New. There is a class is called bean factory team. Bean. See, whenever this bean factory would be executed, what happened internally? Okay, I will explain team. New XML bean factory. You will be provided new class path, new class path, new class path resource, or new class path source, whatever it, new class path resource. You would pass your XML file. What XML file? Spring config XML file. Please try to understand. So you are supplying your configuration. Configuration means just to configure what you want, how you want. Whenever you are supplying your XML to your injector, what this injector will do? What this injector will do? It will what this injector will do? It will read. It will parse your XML. If your XML is okay and everything is good, okay, it will read all the configuration and understand. It will read all the configuration, understand what to do. Okay, and now it will created a one container. It will created a one container. I would say that container is called Spring IOC. That container is called Spring IOC. I would talk about more on this container. This container is called means Spring IOC. Spring IOC. Here it is called container. What is meant by container? Container means something information. In our we have some container, right? So what this dependency injector will do, will parse or read configuration and understand what to do. It will create a one container. Inside of the container, first pedigree object will be created. Next dog object will be created. Next dog owner object will be created. First pedigree object will be created. Next dog object will be created. Next dog owner object would be created. Now here, how the internal it will be happen, let me explain. Spring container holds all the objects, okay, references, okay, references created by dependency injector. All the objects, okay, references created by dependency injector. Now next one, if we want object, if you want object it from container, okay, instead of create, okay, instead of create the, okay, if you want object, get it from container, okay, instead of create, manually. While creating these objects, what happened, automatically this dependency injection also would be happened. Automatically dependency injection also it would be happened. How the internally will be working, sir? How the internally will be working? Very, very important now. Where the JVM will come here? Where the JVM will come here? The question is, now what happens when you create the bean factory? What happened when you create the bean factory? Please try to understand what happens when we create bean factory or execute. Okay, what happened when we create the bean factory object? So what is our bean factory code? Bean factory is equal to new XML bean factory or new class path, whatever it, new class path resource. Here XML file, and never this statement it would be executed. What happened, please try to understand. First one, First one, it will read the XML file. It will read the XML file and validate. It will read the XML file, validate it. If the XML is valid, if the XML is valid, then if the XML is valid, then it creates XML, then XML bean factory, XML bean factory creates in memory logical memory in JVM, in partitioned in memory logical, creates in memory logical memory partitioned okay, inside JVM, inside JVM. Next one, so loads this Spring Bean configuration file and place metadata. Metadata means all these are called metadata. All are called metadata, and place metadata in the logical memory. Please try to understand. So how whenever you are loading your XML file, your XML bean factory will load a whole, okay, it will created some memory inside of your JVM. It will load whole XML into, so it will place means your metadata means all your beans information in the logical memory partition. See now the logical memory partitioned logical memory partition created by XML bean factory is called IOC container. Is called IOC container. Is called IOC container, and it returns the reference of IOC, and it returns the reference of IOC, and it returns the reference of IOC container as bean factory. Means simple team, it returns the reference of IOC container as bean factory. That means it will give as a reference is bean factory. Bean factory or okay, application context. Okay, I will explain team. Bean factory or application context team. And you call, now step 2 is done. Step 3, how to get the object. And you call bean factory dot get bean. I want a dog owner object. I want a dog owner object. I want dog owner object. See, whenever you called this one, now what happened, it goes to first in memory of the IOC container. It will search if the bean is present inside of the container or not. If it is find, if it is not find, it will throw error is like exception and terminate your application. If not find, if not find. Now see, step number 1. So in this case, your bean factory goes to IOC container in the bracket logical memory and searching for the bean definition, searching for the bean with given ID. ID means dog owner. Dog owner. If the bean definition is not found, if the dog owner is not found, then it will throws exception and exit application. 2. Once the bean definition found, then it will read the corresponding class name. It will read the corresponding class name. It will read the corresponding class name and loads the class into JVM memory and instantiate the object of the class. Instantiate the object of the class. Just try to understanding. Instantiate the object of the class. Understood? Do you think IOC container is a software? No, it's not a software. It's a just one logical memory partition. One logical memory partition. So whenever the statement will be executed, it will load the whole XML file. It will create the one logical memory inside of the JVM. It will load all the metadata, means all the configuration inside in this XML file. So the logical memory partition is created by the XML factory is called IOC container, and it returns the reference of IOC container as a bean factory. Once you got the reference of this bean factory dot, you can perform any operations with this container. Okay, once this bean definition found, then it will read the corresponding class name and loads the class into JVM and instantiate of the classes. Okay, instantiate the object of that classes. Understood, team? Any questions, team, here? Any questions here? What is mean by IOC principle? IOC means collaboration. IOC means collaborations. Collaboration of objects and managing the life cycle objects is called IOC. What is mean by collaboration? Collaboration of objects. What is mean by this collaboration? Collaboration means managing dependencies. Life cycle means when object will be instantiation and an object will be destruction. Understood, right? IOC is the collaboration of the objects. Collaboration of the objects means manage the dependencies of the objects, and managing the life cycle objects is called IOC. Is called IOC. Any questions, team? Any questions? No. Next one, team. See, whenever this statement would be executed to implement Spring IOC, always we need in 3 steps are required to implement Spring IOC. Always we need in 3 steps are required. First step is how to configure. Second step is how to apply this dependency injector. Third step is how to get the beans of already created beans. All the beans team. Okay, understood, team? So here dependency injection, 2 ways we can do this. How to manage the dependencies. Manage the dependencies in 2 ways. One is dependency lookup. Dependency lookup means if we write the code to manually go to the container, get the object, is called dependency lookup. If the developer write the code to manually go to container and get the object is called dependency lookup. Number 2, dependency injection. Dependency injection means it will provides the automatically, it will provides the objects. Dependency injection means automatically get the dependencies objects. How it happens now we'll see practically. Understood? Not always. Your Spring container will store the objects only, object references only, and but objects will be stored in JVM. Objects will be stored in JVM. Understood? So whenever this statement it will be executed, what happened here? All the objects would be created here. Your references would be inside of this container. Objects would be available here, your JVM. So here, what are the objects here? You will get pedigree object, you will get it dog object, you will get it dog owner object. That's all, team. Now here, see. Now what happened here? So now till now we are clear. Now, okay, everyone is asking, is container is software or hardware? Answer is no, it's not software, it's not hardware. Container is just like a hash map. Hash map. Hash map. What are the hash map here? Hash map means key value. Where key is equal to ID and value is equal to class name. Key is equal to bean ID and value is equal to class name. Bean is equal to where key is equal to bean ID and value is the class name team. Spring internally will use reflections to create the objects inside JVM. To create the objects inside the JVM. Understood, team? Dependency injection means, so instead of you will do, if the dependencies are required for an object, external component will supply this object is called dependency injection. Dependency lookup means developer has the responsible to go to the container and get the required object. Understood, team? Any questions here? Any questions here you can ask? Most of them people are asking, sir, what is the difference between dependency injection and IOC? Answer is no, nothing dependencies. So you would tell to answer inversion of controller, IOC. IOC means inversion of controller. What is mean by inversion? Inversion means I have a class A. Class A is depending on class B. Class B is depending on class C. This is called inversion. If a class will have multiple dependencies, then if a class will have multiple dependencies, then it is inversing. It is called inversion. So inversion means if you get the A automatically will bring the B automatically will bring the A. If the class will have a multiple dependencies, then get all the dependencies through one class is called a inversion. So is it inversion of the control and dependencies both are same? Means answer yes. Yes. See, dependency injection is the one type of the inversion of controller. One type of inversion of controller. It does not mean that dependency injection is the only type of inversion of controller. To achieve this inversion of controller, so many are there. One of the pattern is called dependency injection. Answer what you will tell to your interviewer. Dependency injection is the one is the one type of inversion of control. One type of inversion of control. It does not mean that dependency injection is the only of one type of inversion of controller. So there are so many flavors are there to achieve this inversion of control. So dependency injection is the one of the flavor, one of the type to implement, this IOC. Understood, team? Any questions, team, till now you can ask. Any questions, team, till now you can ask, team. Any questions, team, till now? See, this okay, example. All the objects who will create a team, all the objects we will create. Yes, concurrent hash map also would be used. See, with this diagram. So you just configure all the objects. Configure all the objects. Yeah, good question. This XML bean factory also will be created inside of the JVM only, but the reference would be created. Object is inside of the JVM. The reference alias name is referring to your container. XML bean factory, everything inside of the JVM only. It will create the one logical partition, means the objects are there here only, but reference would be given to your container. Code in our application only. I will show you, sir. After some time, I will show you. Sir, source code is no. You should write code in our application only. Code is not like code is not like JVM. Are you following, sir? Sir, please tell me now. I see been in application config, but don't know where to put. Sir, that I will explain, sir. That I will explain. Give me time. In practicals, you will be able to know all. Just I given, okay, XML is there, bean factory is there. I would explain, okay, in depth in our practical stuff. In our regular practice, I will explain. Maybe after break, we will start our examples only. So, okay, at this stage, before you break, where you would explain means in our Java class, we will write, sir, public class application. Inside of the application, you would write create XML bean factory. Next one, okay, which will load config, which will load XML file here. Now what you will do, bean factory dot get bean of dog owner. Okay, yeah, I will explain, sir. In practical, okay, you will be able to know everything, sir. Give me time. Okay, it is only for just introduction. I am explaining here. Now you will use in your code wherever you want a dog object. Okay, dog owner object, you can use it, sir. I will show you practically. It is available in public static void main. just for giving okay, rough code. It is okay, rough code. It is okay, sir. Is it clear now? Here, see now. So till now, what we have okay, discussed. Okay, any questions, team? Okay, till now, please ask. Yeah, till now, what we have okay, discussed, team? Drawbacks of J2EE, Spring advantages, team. Spring advantages, team. Keyboard issues, team. Next one, team. We have okay, discussed about what is dependency injection. Sir, IOC, there are many types are there. IOC, okay, inversion of controller. Okay, I would explain, sir. There are, see, dependency injection is the one. There are many IOC are there. Dependency injection is not the new one. Dependency injection is not the new one, sir. Another one is called Juice. Juice is the Google framework. Juice is the Google framework. It is created by Google. It also uses the dependency injection. IOC is the one of the flavor of this dependency injection, sir. Okay, I would explain in after this. So in during programs, okay, I will explain, sir. Okay, yeah, see. Now till now we have discussed about only basics. Only basics. What is the introduction? What is dependency injections? And how many types is there in practical? I will explain, sir. Now you'll start. Only okay, XML I have shown, but after the break, right, we'll start our 25 okay, examples practically, sir. Okay, 25 okay, examples practically. How many types of containers? Types of Spring container. We have only two. We have only two. One is bean factory. Other one is application context. I will show you practically. If already bean factory is there, why you should go for application context? I will explain practically, sir. So from after the break, he'll go for only practicals. Only practicals. If already okay, XML is there, why we should go for Java config? What are the drawbacks with this okay, XML? Okay, what are the annotations we should use? Everything we'll see after the break. All okay, interesting topics would be there, sir. Okay, please don't miss okay after the break. What is mean by dependency injection? Dependency injection means it is the process of okay, it is the process of getting the objects from Spring container instead of created by the developers. Okay, instead of created by the developers. Okay, instead of created by the developers. It is the process of getting the objects from Spring container. Okay, instead of created by the developers. Okay, now here teaching. Okay, very very important. Now in these concepts, now what happened? How many ways we can apply this to dependency injection? One is setter injection. Another one is constructor injection. One is setter injection, another one is constructor injection. Another one is constructor injection. So what is meant by setter injection? What is meant by constructor injection? When you should go for a setter injection, when you should go for constructor injection team. Now here see, please try to understand. I have class A, simple, okay, I will give team. Later, okay, I will explain in our examples. And I have class B. So you will be informed to your Spring, hey Spring, I am depending on class B. How you are depending on BB? That's fine. So you are depending on your B via constructor. You are depending on B via constructor. This dot B is equal to B. This dot B is equal to B. Here we have nothing is there as of now. Okay, ignore it. Here we have simple class is called B class. What is there, how is there, we'll see. You are creating your object via constructor. It is called constructor dependency injection. If it is setter means team, ultimately who will give this? Who will give this? In your Spring XML only. Spring-config XML. Instead of you will be struggled, okay, instead of you will be struggled, who will give? Your Spring only will give. How this Spring only will give? Beans, bean, just I am telling here, bean id b class is equal to b class com.st.b class. I would explain team all this, but how to do your setter injection? Setter injection means simple team. I have a B is there. How to implement this setter injection means class A. I am injecting via setter team. B. You need to write setter here. How to write setter? Public void set A. Sorry, set B. Now here you should write it here B. Here B. Please be on mute. This dot B is equal to B2. Now done. Actual interested thing is now here see. What is mean by dependency injection? So when you should go for how this can be a helpful team. Now here see. Now please try to understand how it is happened and all. Very important team. When we should go for setter injection and when we should go for constructor injection. I will show you practically. Before the going to practically, I will give one small definition team so that you will be able to know. I am using setter injection. Okay, setter injection.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, next one, constructor injection. The dependent object is injected into targeted object via constructor is called constructor injection. Is called constructor injection team. is called constructor injection. Okay, now we'll see. Now we'll see it. So when you should go for this and all, okay, I would explain. Now practically we'll see. So it is first example team. I am going to see constructor example team. See, you can take either one of the example. What is the use case of this example team? Use case. You can take customer. Customer will use some credit card. Customer will use some card. This card will go to some payment. This is the use case. Or sir, easily understand use case. Okay, everyone, it is okay. But everyone means simple team. Simple. I want use some I want to use some pen. I want to use ink required some pen. Using pen I will write something to you. Just a simple use case. Ink, pen and write. Okay, simple use case. At the end of the course, I will take in this use case also and I would explain to you what is the use case and all. Okay, I would explain. At this stage, I am using this one team. Simple one. Means my pen is okay, ink is okay, depending on pen, and pen is here. No, my pen is okay, depending on ink. Okay, team. Now, how to write here? So, using pen, I will write something, team. My writer is okay, depending on pen. It is a writer. My pen is okay, depending on okay, ink, team. Okay, it is a simple use case. So many okay examples we are going to run in this team. So many okay, examples. Simple examples. Public class writer. What is required here, writer? Pen is required. Simple use case I am taking. Pen is required. Now, how to use this constructor? Constructor important. Constructor. I am injecting this. But who will supply the objects? Spring will supply. How the spring will supply? I would explain. Here your writer is depending on pen. Pen is depending on ink. How to inject this ink via constructor? So you are not going to create any object in your application. Who will create the object? Who will supply the objects? Your spring will supply the objects. Doesn't matter if it is a web application, any module, web application, batch jobs, Spring Boot, DAO, MVC, ORM, any module. All the modules, objects are required, right? Who will give objects all the modules? Our Spring Core module will. How the Spring Core module will give? It is the help of dependency injection. How the dependency injection will work? Now we'll see. That much of power this Spring Core. Okay, team. Now here see. Okay, important here. Now here some methods are there. Okay, now we'll see. So you are not creating any objects here. Now, first example, I am going with XML. What is XML? Team, hope everyone knows this Maven. Maven means it just to provide your Spring dependency system. So to develop this, I need a Spring core jar is required, and I need Spring context jar is required. I need Spring core jar is required. I need Spring context jar is required. Okay. Now here's the next one. These dependencies I will use in all the applications, all the examples. First example, we are adding these dependencies. Okay. Next one. C team. Next one. I have one writer. My writer is depending on pen. Okay, pen is the interface. I told if you want to communicate with, from one class to another class, always interface is required. Always interface is required. Now I have an interface now. I have an interface now. Please try to understand. I have an interface now. Interface, what is the implementation? Pen. Implements pen. It is dependence on what? Ink. Go for ink. Ink implementation is as of now black ink. As of now black ink. Team, I have two interfaces. Pen. Implementation is fountain pen. Ink. Implementation is black ink. Writer. My writer is depending on pen. My pen is depending on ink. Have you seen anywhere developer is creating objects team? Have you seen anywhere developers are creating objects team? Have you seen anywhere developers are creating the objects to communicate from writer to pen and pen to ink? No, right? Good. Now here see. Now please concentrate. Who will create a configuration team? Configuration. C team. This is common. What is the use of this means to validate your XML document is valid or not. That means bean will have how many attributes. You can't write in this bean A, B, C, X, Y, Z. It will give error. To validate this whole XML is valid or not using this namespace string, using this schema. That's why it is mandatory. Now, first starts from where? Writer. Writer is depending on fountain pen. Pen is depending on constructor argument black ink. Are you clear this configuration or any doubts? This configuration, are you clear or not? Just I have provided the configuration in XML. Configuration bean ID is equal to writer, bean ID is equal to fountain pen, bean ID is equal to black ink. Okay, everyone, please respond. Are you clear or not? Okay, everyone. Okay, hope you're clear team. Now, so all are good with this configuration. Now, how to load this configuration? How to load this configuration? So that how to load the configuration? To load the configuration, I need what? Either XML bean factory or application context. Application context is required. You should go for bean factory or you should go for application context. I will explain when you should go for bean factory and you should go for application context. Now see, That's why we should go for application context is equal to new class path XML application context. Application context is equal to new class path application context. Whenever this statement would be executed. Say bean factory is on one interface. Bean factory is on one interface. There are the implementation classes is one. Extend interface is called application context. Under this application context, so many implementations classes are there. So many implementations are there. Depends upon the requirement, you should go for, and I should go for bean factory, and I should go for application context. I will explain. Bean factory is an interface. You have two things. Extend another interfaces. It is one is implements. Another one is extends. One is implements. Another one is extends. Implements a class is called XML bean factory. Implements a class is called XML bean factory. Extends a class is called application context. That means application context will have more features than bean factory. Bean factory. When we should go for bean factory, and you should go for application. Here, which implements application context implements application context interface implements so many classes. If we are using XML configurations, implementation class is called class path XML. Class path XML application context. If we are using Java config, annotation config, application context, so many implementations. If we are using only file system, XML application context, so many are there. So when you should go for bean factory, when you should go for application context. Bean factory is only suitable for standalone applications. Standalone applications. It is only applicable for standalone applications. Standalone applications for dependency injection. Application context, not only for standalone. Application context will be helpful for standalone applications and also web applications, and also it would support for internalization I-118 application, internalization application, and also it would support for during startup. If you want any events, application events, it supports for AOP, it supports for application events, everything. It would support for all. It would support for all standalone applications, web applications, I-118 applications, AOP application events. So now, because it is like extents of your Bean factory will have only standalone applications for dependency injection, whereas application context would be in support for all. If your Bean configuration available inside of XML, go for new application, new class path, okay, XML. If your Bean configuration is available in Java config, now go for annotation config application context. Understand, sir? Depends upon the requirement, you should use all. So here I am using application context. Context is equal new class path XML application context. Whenever line number 12 will be executed, your application context will be created a one logical memory inside of your JVM, and it will load all the metadata of your XML document, and it will load all the metadata of your XML document and stores into memory. Understood, sir? And it will create, stores into memory, and it will create as the application context, okay, reference here, application context reference here. That means whenever line number 12 will be executed, now here what happened, during your application startup, it will take care creation of the partition objects all into your memory. So it will created the ink object, it will created the pen object, it will created the writer object here, ink object, pen object, and writer object here. Your writer would be injected to pen, your pen will be injected to ink, writer will be injected to pen, pen will be injected into writer. It is called your application context. Your application context object is the reference. Application context object would be reference here. Application context object would be reference here, team. Please try to understand. So whenever you called this context dot get writer, okay, whenever you called context dot get bin, there are so many overloaded methods are available in get bin. What are the overloaded methods? Context dot get bin of, context dot, one second, run as been installed. Why it is not appearing? Spring tool should only, right? Maven dependency, all dependencies are available here. Maven update project. Context dot get bean of now context dot get bean. See, get bean. You will have so many overloaded methods team. We'll have so many overloaded methods here. Get bean string name, get bean class name, get bean class name of arguments, get bean string name class name. So many. There are 4 overloaded methods are available. 4 overloaded methods are available team. Okay, get bean means 5 overloaded methods are there. So whenever this statement would be executed, what happened, it will store all this. It will create a one logical memory inside of the JVM. It will store all the metadata. It will store all the metadata of the our configuration. It will store all the metadata of our configuration. After storing all metadata about this configuration, now what happened, whenever you are trying to call context dot get bean, what happened, so it will goes to your container writer. Before creating writer object, fountain pen object will be created. Before creating fountain pen object, black ink object would be created. All the objects would be created in where? Inside of your JVM. References would be created in container. Inside of your JVM, it will created a pen object. It will created a writer object. It will created a pen object. It will created a ink object. Understood team? It will created a writer object and pen object and link up and ink object to team. So whenever you called this writer, remember before creating writer object, first pen object would be created. Before creating pen object, ink object would be creating. So when we executed this writer, what happened here, writer is creating pen object, pen dot this write to. Okay, pen is depending on what? Pen is depending on ink. It is also calling, see, ink here. No, see, ink here. From this ink, now from this pen, it will go to where? Ink. That's it. Here what methods are there? What is the ink color? Ink brand name. Go to here. Ink color, ink brand name. That's it. See, if you run your application, run as Java application. Writing with the black ink of Parker brand. Writing with the black ink of Parker brand team. Any questions, team? Please try to understand again. Writing with the black ink of Parker brand means, see, whenever this statement would be executed, your container will be created. Inside of the container, all your objects and their dependencies also would be available. The dependencies also would be available. So these objects would be created inside of your JVM. References would be inside of your container. Whenever you called getBean.writer of ID, with this ID name only, ID means all your bean references. Class means your objects. You are calling this object reference. get bin of id. You are calling with object of a reference. Whenever the statement it will be executed, it will verify with this reference name is available in your container or not. If it is available, it will try to create the object. If it is available, it will try to create the object. But before creating the object, it will create this dependency object. That dependency object is called pen object. But before creating the pen object, it will created a dependency object is called ink object. So first it would created the ink object and added the it will injecting into pen. Again it will created the pen object, it will be injecting into writer object. Automatically it came. See, is it clear or not? First example, have you created anywhere new operator? First example, are you clear or not? First example, everyone team, please ask me if you understand this. Okay, remaining will be easy. If it is okay difficult, okay, remaining will be okay difficult. I want to respond. Okay, everyone, please. Okay, are you clear or not? Okay, Archana, Arjit, Chaitanya, all are clear. Okay, okay, Venkateswara, all. Yeah, please. First example clear, team? Yeah, good. Yeah, sure. Okay, okay, I will repeat once. See, it is my project development team. Just for, okay, repeat once. It is my project development. In real time, my project may be a controller, my project may be a service, my project may be a DAO team. As of now, to understood, our one guy. So now what happened? Quickly, I am copy paste this code team. What is the code here? I am depending on writer team. So it is my writer. So it is the okay writer class. It is, if you go directly there, it is a problem. One second. It is a writer class. It is, see how this okay writer is there. It is in simple class team. So my writer is, I have a writer and I have a pen. First example, okay, it may take time. Please concentrate. Okay, if I write here notepad also, okay, you can understand easily Java. Okay, now here see, okay, next one. What is next one? Third one. Third one is ink team. Ink. Please, now why I am copy paste here? In 3 classes we can use at once team. That is the reason only I am okay writing here. See, my writer is a, I have a pen interface. Pen interface is okay depending on some pen interface has only one implementation class as of now, that is fountain pen. My writer is okay depending on pen. My pen is okay depending on ink. Ink means only one implementation class is black ink. Now here what happened? Are we using here constructor injection or setter injection? See, via constructor I am injecting my targeted object. Via constructor I am injecting my targeted object. Yeah, whenever you are using your, okay, whenever you are using your object via constructor, it is constructor injection. You are calling interface, you are not passing class. Whenever you are communicating between two objects, always recommended go for interfaces, not for the concrete classes. That's why you are using here interfaces. You have your interface also in our code. It is my interface. My interface will have implementation class is called this one. So writer is calling to pen, pen is calling to ink, ink also I have a one simple interface. Ink will have two methods. One is get color, here overloaded those, override here black, get brand name Parker. Have you created anywhere new operator? Is developer is creating this new operator? No, developer is not creating this new operator. How it happens? We are only creating, how we are creating beans. Okay, inside of the beans, how we are preparing, please concentrate. Bean id, first to what object I should create, first to what object I should create, I should create ink. Ink, which ink you are creating? Black ink. Class is equal com dot Srinotech dot black ink. Black ink, please try to understand now. Next one, bean id. Bean id, see, if you see my black ink, exactly what I am going to write, I am trying to use here. Okay, that's it. I am trying to close. Okay, what is next to bean? What is, okay, next to bean team? Next to bean is equal fountain pen. How to write this? com dot Srinotech dot fountain pen. But it is, okay, depending on what? It is depending on what? It is depending on ink. How it is, okay, depending on ink? How it is, okay, depending on ink? How it is, okay, depending on ink? I am using constructor hyphen arg, constructor hyphen arg, reference black ink. Who will write? Developer will write all this stuff. Developer will write all this stuff. Developer will write all this stuff. Next one, constructor. Okay, next one, last one is bean. Bean. Next one is beans. Next one is beans. Now what I should do? Here it is a fountain pen is done. Now I should go for writer. You should write. You should write. You need to use which one? Fountain pen. See, always. Now what I'm trying to do here in my code, in my Java code, application context is equal new class path. Application context is equal to new class path. Okay, XML resource application context. Here you should load your XML file. What it will do? Whenever this statement it will be executed, it will load all this beans information into your memory. It will read this metadata. Bean id means a reference. It will create this Spring container. Okay, inside of the container all the objects are available. What you will do? Objects dot get bean of, objects dot get bean of, what it would be happened? Objects dot get bean of writer. Now what you got? See, in your real time, you don't know. Your project may give writer, another project may give credit card, another project may give health card. So that's why they give this return type as object. Object means any kind of return type it would be available. Application context is equal to new application class path XML resource would be executed whenever this statement would be executed. Now what happened, context dot get bean would be created, context dot get bean, but we don't know in our real time which object, maybe writer, maybe a card, maybe we don't know. That's why Spring guys is given this return type is called object. Whoever want, they need to typecast from object to their own object. That is called writer. That is called writer. Writer. Context dot get bean of this one team. Context dot get bean of this one team. Hope you are clear, everyone. Now here see. So because of this return type it is not a user defined class, it is a predefined method. Predefined method always Spring framework has given object only, because now your Spring framework don't know what type of object you are trying to accessing. You may be writer or anything team. So now you got writer. What you are calling simply writer dot. Now you got the object writer dot write method, writer dot write. Whenever this statement it would be executed, flow will go to here, because this writer is already dependent on this pen object. Now you are holding this, your writer object will be holding this pen object. Via this pen object you are calling this write to, via this inside of the writer automatically ink object is there. Via this ink object you are calling ink dot get color, ink dot get brand. If you go ink dot get color is a black, ink dot get brand is the Parker, working with the black, ink of brand is Parker. That's it. Now if I run this, run as Java application, writing with the black ink of Parker team. Now good. Okay, next one. Now what is the next one? See. So okay, instead of you will give big names like constructor, big names like this, you can go for C. You can use either one is okay. C colon ink reference, C colon pen reference. Instead of you will write big one, you can write here C is available from this namespace T. So both are same, but instead of you will write the big names, you will write this in your application context, new class path XML application context, pass this XML file. That's it. That's it. Context dot get bean. Get bean has 5 overloaded methods. How to give only bean ID, how to give class name, how to give both bean ID and class name. Like that we have 5 overloaded methods are there. Right click on it, run as Java application. Writing with the black ink of Parker brand team. That's it. Any questions team? First example. Any questions team? First example. Any questions? No questions team? No, we'll see. Now second example. Same use case team. Okay, second example. But my code is not changing anything. My code is awesome. What is your code? See, my writer object. Writer object is depending on pen only, but earlier constructor, now you are giving setter. When you should go for constructor injection, when you should go for setter injection, that will, okay, I will explain. But now my object is, your writer is a dependent object, it is a source object. You are injecting your target object via setter. You are injecting your target object via setter is called setter injection. So now you have a writer. Writer is okay, depending on what? Pen. Pen is okay, depending on for what? Ink. Writer is depending on pen. Pen is okay, depending on ink tip. Pen is okay, depending on ink tip. Hope very clear, okay, everyone. Now here see. But how to write here? How to write here important. Same code team. Same code. Nothing change anything. Same code. See how to write. Earlier constructor injection. Now setter injection. How to write this setter injection? There is a element is called property. There is a element is called property. Property. Here property team. It is setter, right? Name is equal. What is the name you are giving team? Pen. What is the name you are giving team? Pen. What is the name you are giving? Pen. Okay, inside of the your writer, what name is there? That one team. Here, what is the property? Name is equal. It is depending on ink. Ref is equal. Which ink team? Black ink team. That's it. If it is constructor, here constructor argument. If it is setter, here a setter argument. Another way you can write. Instead of you will write property, you should give p colon. Instead of, sir, this property too much of big, okay, I can't write, means directly you can write. Here p-ref, p-pen ref is equal to, now it is ink ref is equal black ink team. So code is same. Instead of in our code constructor, now you are injecting. What is the definition of the constructor injection? The dependent object is injected into a targeted object via setter method is called a setter injection. Via setter method is called a setter injection. Constructor injection, the dependent object is injected into targeted object via constructor injection. Via constructor is called constructor injection teams. Understood team or any questions? So the concept is same for here also. Application context is equal to new annotation config application context. See, nothing is okay. Instead of your actual XML file, it will give. So here setter hyphen config.xml. Okay team, or any questions team? Now you will give run as Java application. You got the same output or not? So now you can go for same p namespace. So you can go for p namespace. So you can run this application also. You will go, sir, this one. Understood? So did you understand? Okay, examples of constructor injection and okay, examples of setter injection. When you should go for constructor injection, when you should go for setter injection, I will explain. Did you understand what is the example of constructor injection and example of setter injection? Did you get it, sir? All okay, everyone. Okay, everyone, did you get it, sir? Please. No. Good. Now, difference between constructor injection and setter injection. When we should use constructor injection and setter injection. Okay, very important. Very important. You have any space? Yes. Please try to understand. Constructor injection. Setter injection. Number one. If the dependency is mandatory, that means A is depending on B. A is depending on B. Hey, without B, your A object should not create. Okay, without B, your A object should not create a team. Okay, without B, your A object should not create. If the dependency is mandatory, you should go for constructor injection. If the dependency is optional, the dependency is optional. Hey, if you are not passing, see, simple example. Take one simple example, test Maven project. Other project, Maven project. No need actually. Either one is okay. com.sinotech test. So simple for POCST. In your real time, you will write this kind of things. Simple for POCs. Java class A. com.sinotech.a. B team. No. Here you are using constructor team. A, B. Please concentrate. Okay. Now this dot B is equal to B. Now please concentrate now. I want to create the A object T. Public static void main string argues. So A is equal to new A. I cannot create A object because A is mandatory B. If it is constructor, A is mandatory BT. Means if the dependency is mandatory, you should go for constructor injection. Now, see, let us assume that it is not creating using constructor. Let us assume that. I am commenting. Alt SR, Alt A, Here I have setters and getters. Now I can create a object. A is equal to new A. Your setter injection, your see object is created. Whether you will be set to B or not, it's all up to you. If you will set, it is okay. If you will not set, what happened? Default, what is the default value of the object here? The default value of the object will be here, null here. It will give as a null value. Sir, understood, sir? Any questions, sir? See, if the dependency is mandatory, you should go for constructor. Dependency is an optional, you should go for setter injection. Constructor, if the dependencies are mandatory. If the dependency is finals, all are here, it would be final. Here may or may not be final. The dependency is non-final. Dependency is non-final. Now, when there is cyclic dependency, it is not support. How simple? You have A is depending on B, and you have B is depending on A. You have a B and B is depending on A, and B is depending on A. Okay, B is depending on A. Understood, team? Now here see. Now please try to understand here. Please try to understand here. To create A object, I need B object. To create B object, I need A object. This is called cyclic dependency. And there is a cyclic dependency. Constructor injections are not possible. Whereas here, when there is a, it is possible for cyclic dependency. It is impossible for cyclic dependencies. It is impossible for cyclic dependency. Understood, team? These are the use cases, team. And I should go for this, and I should go for this. So you can make your note. We can make our, sometimes interviews are asking how setter injection also can, how this setter injection also mandatory, also option is there. The answer is yes, it is there. Setter injection dependency is optional means default. If you want to make dependency also is mandatory means there is an annotation is called @required. Means we are forcefully make dependency as mandatory for setter injection. we are forcibly we are making dependency as mandatory for setter injection. Understood, team? How to use with the help of @required annotations. With the help of @required annotations. Are you clear, team? Any questions, team? So this is what difference between setter injection and constructor injection, team. Now we are good. Okay. Now next one, team. What is next one? See, we have seen till now. We have seen till now only for XML based approach. How to use XML? XML using constructor. Okay, XML using setter injection. So if already okay, XML is there, so we did application development using XML using application development for constructor dependency injection comma setter dependency injection using XML configuration. Using XML configuration. If already XML configuration is there, why we should go for Java config? Difficulties or drawbacks of XML. Difficulties or drawbacks of XML. Difficulties or drawbacks of XML. First, learn XML. Need to learn XML. Need to learn XML to work with XML config. Need to learn XML to work with XML configuration. Means to write all this, how to write without knowing okay, XML, without knowing okay, XML code, can you can't write right. Second one, there is no type safety. What is type safety? XML, no type safety. No type safety. If we pass wrong reference also, it will consider. If you pass wrong reference also, it will consider. If you pass wrong reference also, that means go to here. You will give here ABC. You will give here okay, XY, Z. Your XML don't know, right? XML will treat it as it is a string, that's it. XML feel like it is a string until unless if you run your application, then only it will give error. But Until you run the application, compile time, it will feel like it is incorrect only. Until no such bean definition exception, no bean named with this one. Understood, team? So that's why your XML is not a type safety. Your XML is not a type safety. Please try to understand, team, how to write, where to write. Now third one, that is here you can write XML can't recognize the error during compile time, during runtime, during compile time. It would identify at runtime only. So no type safety. These kind of issues will come. No type safety. These kind of issues always would come by mistake while you are writing. If you add any one space, if you add any one extra property also unnecessarily, it would give error. Okay, now third one, team. No, what is third one? No, third one, readability. Readability means XML and Java in different places. XML and Java in different places. So need to keep switch. Need to keep this switch. XML and Java in different places. Need to keep switch. Need to keep switch from. Need to keep switch between XML comma Java, which affects readability of the code. Of the code. Of the code. Of the code team. Understood? Now, fourth one means what is the readability means? See, your XML is available here. Java is available here. How to switch your XML to Java? You should go again if you want to come to XML. Again, if you want to go. Again, if you want to come XML, means the switching would happen. The switching would happen from in XML to Java config is somewhat difficult, team. Is somewhat difficult. Understood? Now, last one is maintenance. Last one is maintenance. Maintenance team. If If too many configurations, then difficult to maintenance. Then difficult to maintenance. If too many configurations, then difficult to do maintenance. Difficult to do maintenance. Some duplicate IDs might be configured. Sometimes dependencies IDs might be sometimes duplicate IDs. Sometimes duplicate IDs might be configured. Understood, team? So now what happened? If too many are there, now what happened? This name by any chance here writer name should be same. Understood? So it is a problem. It is a problem. Maybe duplicate will be there. Understood, team? If a duplicate is there, again it is the problem, team. To overcome all this problem, we should go for Java config. Did you understand, team? Why you should go for Java config? If already XML is there, why we should go for Java config, team? Anyone can explain why we should go for Java config, team? If already XML is there, hope you got it, team. Got it, everyone? So need to learn XML to work with configuration. Next one, type safety. Type safety means don't know whatever you will give, it will take as a compile time. Runtime, maybe a problem will come. Third one, readability. There is no readability because your XML is somewhere and Java is somewhere. How to readability? Now last one is maintenance. Maintenance means if too many XML lines are there, what is the guarantee? Bean ID, you may add duplicate. If you add duplicate, again it is a problem. Okay, got it, team? Now to overcome these all the problems, we should go ahead with, we should use Java configuration. To overcome these problems, we should use Java configuration, team. To overcome this problem, we should use Java configurations, team. Any questions, team? Now what is Java configuration? Now what is Java configuration, team? You will be able to know. Okay, shall we start Java config, team? Everyone, shall we start Java config? Okay, now we'll see Java configuration. See, team, the first annotation in Java configuration. Yeah, @configuration team. @configuration. What happened? Public class. You can give anything. Java configuration. You can give anything. No? @configuration. Or you can give Java config team. So Java configuration is used to replace XML with Java config. Now, here you have how the XML, basic XML beans. Inside of the beans, what is there? Bean ID is there. Okay. How to replace the XML with Java config? One simple use case we'll see it. Simple use case we'll see. Simple use case team. Here is my XML config. This is my okay XML. I have a beans team. I have a bean ID, bean class. Like that I have all. Okay. If you want, right, you'll take one XML file here. You'll write it. Okay, it would be easy. Either constructor or setter, whatever is okay for me. We'll take one XML. We'll convert this XML into Java config. It will be easy. This is XML. How to write Java config? How to write Java config? See. Student team. Wherever beans are there, these beans will be replaced with @configuration. Beans will be replaced with @configuration. Done. Public class Java config. Public class Java config. Please try to understand it. Are you clear, team? This beans is replaced means your XML is replacing with Java configuration. How to use this Java configuration? Where to use this Java configuration? I will explain. Wherever bean is there, you will be replaced with how many beans are there here? 3 beans are there. Bean team. Bean. Wherever ID is there, public fountain pen ID. Return new fountain pen. Return new fountain pen. Please try to understand. Now, next bean team. What is next bean? Bean. Next bean is focusing is Sorry, here it is black ink team. Sorry. First one black ink team. It is a class team. Return type. Done. Okay. Now here see. It is at the rate bean team. At the rate bean. It is fountain. Good, but this fountain pen is depending on what? Black ink. Black ink. Fountain pen is depending on black ink. We are applying dependency injection via constructor. That's why it is called constructor injection. That's why it is called constructor injection. Constructor injection. Okay, team. Now, next one, team. What is the next one? Next one, see. Next one. Here, what is there here? Here, writer. Here, writer. Here, what is there? Fountain pen. Fountain pen. So here what you will pass? Fountain pen you will pass. Understood? Now see, we are replacing completely wherever ID is there. Here it is called ID. It is called class name. It is called your bean element. It is called your bean element team. See, please, whenever this statement it will be executed in your XML, in your XML, in your XML, in your XML, this @ bean is nothing but bean ID. Bean team. Fountain pen is nothing but fountain pen is nothing but it is a class name. Class is equal. Method name is nothing but ID. ID team. ID team. Okay, understand team. So that's it. It is your, this is nothing but your reference, your target object. It is nothing but your target object. Now that one here. You are applying your dependency injection via constructor. It is your target object. It is your target object. Understood? It is your target object team. Any questions, team? Any questions? Please ask. Any questions? Now here, see. Now we are replacing your XML with Java configuration. Configuration is used to replace your XML with Java config. Bean element will be replaced with @bean. ID class will be replaced with this method name. If it is XML, how to load the XML? If it is XML, how to load the XML? Application context is equal to new annotation, new class path XML, new class path XML, application context. Here you need to write here XML file. If it is Java config, what happened? You know, if it is Java config, what happened? You know, application context is equal to new annotation config, application context. Here you need to give Java config.class. Please try to understand, team. You have a configuration. Configuration is maybe XML. Configuration is maybe a Java config. If it is XML, I should use this class. Application context is an interface. There are so many implementations are there. Few of the implementations are class path XML application. Sir, we can write, sir. I will explain. We are in starting stage only, right? I would explain multiple and all, Srikanth. We are in starting stage, right, Srikanth? Just I am introducing a configuration class. I would explain all in later upcoming. Okay. Application context is equal to new annotation config application context. Application context is equal to annotation application context. It will load the XML file. It will load the Java config. It will load the Java configuration. In the both either XML or Java configuration, the preparation of the, it will load the whole into your memory and it will created the object. That IOC object is nothing but it will create the container, means it will refer for what? Using context. Inside of the container, what would be there? Inside of the container, what would be there here? Here it would have writer. Here you would have, once writer is there, then you would have here pen. Then you would have here ink. Writer is calling to this pen. Pen is calling to ink. Ink. Okay. Now here see. So the concept is same. How to get here? Both the use cases. Context dot get bin of. You need to use team here. Writer team. Context dot get bin of. You should use team here. Writer team. That's it. So always this return type is object team. How to convert your object to normal class? Writer team. you should give writer. That's it. That's it here. Understood here? Any questions here? Any questions here? Now let's see. I will show you how it goes. Tim, did it get it here? So till now we have discussed only two annotations. One is @ configuration, another one is @ bin. Are we clear, everyone? Now let's see. I will show you this one. Java config constructor team. Code is same. Nothing you are going to change your code. From pen, you are calling. Here from the ink, you are calling. So from pen, you are calling ink. In ink, this data is there. Now here see how the my Spring config see. Any doubts in this Spring config? What are the problem with XML? Shall we start one by one problem? How to overcome by using Spring? What are the problem with the XML? Need to learn XML to XML to work with. If it is Java config, no need to learn XML. No need to learn Java config also because it is already Java, right? What are you going to write extra here? Nothing. First point is a advantage. Second point, type safety. Yes. Instead of passing ink, if you are passing ABC, it will give slab like error. XML it won't. Okay, XML it won't stop. It will take. But this config, Java config compulsory. You should pass the supported value. Otherwise, you will get an error. See. Understood, team? So here type safety is good. Next one, readability. Whatever you want, Java is also here, configuration also here. You can easily switch from Java to config to Java. You can switch how many times you want. You can switch it. It's not a problem. Now, last one, maintenance. If too many are there, what is maintenance? If too many configurations, then difficult to do maintenance. Because some duplicate IDs might be configured. But in Java, if you are trying to write the same methods, it will give error. There is a chance to write duplicate IDs in Java. You cannot write duplicate IDs. If two methods with the same name, Java compiler will tell, hey, it is an error. Your class should not have two methods with the same name. It will give error. So we can overcome all this. We can overcome or not? What are the XML problems are there? Understood, sir? We can overcome all the problems using Java config. Any questions you can ask? Now here see. Okay, now here see. Go to your main method, see runner, see XML master. Now application context is equal application context dot get bin of writer. And never this statement will be executed. What happened now? Whenever this statement would be executed, what happened now? It will create the memory and all. It will go to your JVM. It will verify this class is present or not. If it is present, the corresponding class object with the corresponding class object will be returned. Now, if I run the application, see, you got the output or not? Okay. Now, next one, see. See, this is, sir, what is the question? Some projects are still using XML over Java config. Sir, yes, they would be using old version, sir. Due to some no scratch development using Java config, Tarun, trust me. No scratch project using Java config. Is it some projects are started now or long back? Long back. At that time, people don't have time or don't want to take a risk to migrate to Java config. No one has started. Yeah, it's a long back means legacy one. Legacy project compulsory it was started with XML only. If they have client will have funds, they need to migrate it to Java config or Spring Boot. If client don't have funds, they should continue with XML config only. Okay, now so till now we have used for what is constructor injection. We are using for all our Java config with constructor injection. We are using okay examples here. First example we did constructor injection using XML config. Setter injection using XML config. Same thing. Constructor injection using Java config. Constructor injection using Java config. Setter injection using Java config. Now we'll see it. Now we'll see. Go to here. Another one. Java config constructor injection. See. Now it is a setter team. See. Instead of you will write first one is black ink. Next one fountain pen. Fountain is equal new fountain pen. Okay. Now see your black ink is your fountain pen is depending on black ink. Understood? Your fountain pen is depending on depending on black ink. Sorry. Yeah, okay, black ink. You got the black ink. Now, writer is depending on pen. Now you will get a pen here. Okay, that's it. Now how to load this? See your code, wherever you have code, all are constructor only, all setters only. Your code wherever is there, setters only. Now we should go for runner. Understood, sir? Now run as Java config. That's it. That's it. Any questions? Any questions, team? All are clear, right? All are clear. Next example is very important. Next example is very important. What is very important? Okay, next one. So we are using okay, XML is okay. How to apply dependency injection using XML and Java config. But what this Spring guys will do, either it is XML or Java config. What the Spring guys will do, why should I write that much of code? Why should I write that much of code in XML? Alt Shift team. Now here, what your Spring guys will do, why should I write too many lines of the code? Too many lines of the code team. Please concentrate. Please concentrate. If it is bean only, it is XML. What is your Java configuration? What is your Java configuration? Java configuration. This is your Java configuration. Now, in your project, you have 100 classes are there, 100 beans are there. Do you want write 100 beans manually? Do you want write this 100 beans manually? No, I don't want write all 100 beans manually. In my project, if you have 100 beans are there, do you write 100 beans manually? No. We can avoid this whole no need to write. You can avoid this whole no need to write. How? How means simple. We can reduce the using component @auto annotation. We can reduce the boilerplate code using component @auto using component @auto. We can reduce the more configuration code using component @auto. We can reduce the more configuration code. We can reduce the more configuration code team. Okay, how to reduce? See here. It is very important how to reduce. See how many classes we have? How to reduce? How many classes we have? We have component public class writer. Forget about what is there okay, inside of component here, public class fountain pen, @component public class black ink. Okay, you no need to write here. @component is nothing but bean only. @component is nothing but bean only. How your Spring knows it is a bean? How your Spring knows all the classes are beans? If it is XML, you should write only one entity. Component scan base package is equal to com.strinutech.star. Component dot base package is equal to com.strinutech.star. That's it. This component scan base package is equal to com.st star. Understood here? Copy. During your this XML configuration, during your application startup, while loading this XML config, it will scan in this package, is there any component classes are available or not? If it is available, it will create the objects. In Java config, how it will knows? There is a annotation is called @component scan. Annotation is called @component scan. I would explain practically. Base package is equal to com.st. Base package is equal to com.st. Base package is equal to com.st. Understood? Understood, team? So you can avoid so much of boilerplate code. Then you may ask questions. You may ask some questions. Now please concentrate. Okay, please. How to earlier using constructor injection you are able to inject object. Now how to inject? How to apply the dependency injection. How to apply the dependency injection? How to apply the dependency injection using @component? Answer is @AutoWire. @AutoWire. Annotation. @AutoWire annotation is used to apply the inject the target object into source object. 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 So at the rate auto wire can inject via constructor, at the rate auto wire can inject via setter, at the rate auto wire can inject via field also. This is one extra properties. Via field also is available here. Are you clear, team? How it is happening? We would see clear practicals. We'll see how clear practicals will see. But as of now, using at the rate component and at the rate auto wire, we can remove most of the configuration code. You don't need to write too much of code. Here. Everything you should write it here only. You don't need to write too much of code, too much of configuration code. At the rate component, at the rate auto wire is used to remove the configuration code. I would say how many ways? Configure a bean. How many ways configure bean in Spring? Answer. If it is XML, using at the rate bean. If it is Java config, using bean. XML bean. Java config using at the rate bean. Now next one. If it is at the rate component, there are three ways. I would explain, sir, when you should go for at the rate bean, when you should go for at the rate component. I will explain clearly. Okay, there are three ways. We can declare a bean in Spring. One is using XML, another one is Java config, another one is annotation approach. Team. Another one is annotation approach, team. Are you clear, team, now? Now, good. Now, the next thing, team. How to apply this? Till now we have seen. Next one. In depth of component and all we'll see. If you see here, next one. Auto wiring constructor, team. Now what happened, you know? Before that, I would explain. Now here see. At the rate component is a Java bean. At the rate component is a Java bean, which is used to declare at class level. Class level. Okay, class level. Now, if If you will not declare any name to component, then default name as class name. We can configure our own name to component. We can configure our own name to configure our own name to configure, like component credit card public class credit card. If you will specify, okay. If you will not specify team, then what happened? Default this name only will take by start with small letter, camel letters, or you can give XYZ, no problem. Your XYZ is the bean reference ID. It is a bean ID. It is the class name T. It is the bean ID. It is the class name T. Okay. Now I want to go with this simple one. I have class A. I have class A. I have class B. I have class C. Unfortunately, what happened, here it is available in package is called com.srinutech.a. It is available in package name is called com.some srizabs or whatever it is. It is available in the package is called com.st. or com.abc something. Now, please concentrate. Now, what should I do? How my Spring knows if it is XML? If it is XML, you don't need to write too much of code. Beans, you don't need to write any code. Beans. Here, what you will do, component scan base package is equal to com.st. Now what happened? Please try to understand. During your application startup, it will try to scan what are the classes are representing with component. Those classes objects only it will be created. Those classes objects only it would be created. Okay. Now my A is depending on B. My A is depending on B. How to get A? How to get B into A? B. How to do? Public A, B. This dot. Please try to understand. This dot B is equal to BT. But Earlier, you inside of the XML, you are able to configure. Earlier, inside XML, you are able to configure beans and also their dependencies also. Now you are not configure. You just using @component scan. How your Spring knows. On top of this constructor, you should give @. On top of the constructor, you should give team. On top of the constructor, you should give @auto_where. @auto_where has the responsible to inject the target bean into here. Now, another one. How to use a setter? It is for how to inject my bean. @auto_where constructor injection. How to inject my bean? Public void set a bb this dot b is equal to b. Here I am injecting my b into a with the help of setter injection. It is called applying setter injection. Applying setter injection. Now please try to understand, team. Please try to understand. Now last one is how to apply this dependency injection. Private bb. That's it. How to apply here? Here also you have @auto_where. It is field level injection. It is field level injection. You have a constructor injection @auto_where. You have a setter injection @auto_where. You have a field level injection @auto_where. But without writing any code here, who will take care? Spring will take care. Component scan means it has the responsible to scan all the classes while scanning. Is there any dependencies also? Is there? This component scan will take care everything during your application startup only. Now we'll show you practically. Now, what package you have given team here? Base package. What is the base package? com.synotech. Whenever you give here base package, it will scan only, it will scan the classes only, it will scan the classes only of that package only. Now, is it com.st.abc? Com.abc is available under com.st? Please respond, team. Now, do you think our component scan will scan B and C both or not? It will scan B or not? Component scan will scan B or not? No, right? C? No. Remember team, when you add this package name, it will add root package and their child packages. Root package and their child package. com.st.abc is the child package or not? com.st.abc is the child package or not? Yes. If it is child one, whenever you will give com.st means it will scan all the classes of com.st and its child packages Now, is it in child package of com.st? No, right? Is it a child package of com.st? No, right? In this case, what we'll do, how your spring will not recognize if you are not specified here. You should write comma com.abc. Now it will start the scanning of these two packages. It will scan the two packages. I will show you practically this one. Understood, team? Very important this component scanning. If it is auto configuration, what happened? Base package is equal to com.st, com.abc. That's it. Both are same. I will explain to him when you should go for Java config, and you should when you should go for @ component, when you should go for @ bin. I will explain. Slowly we are started, right? I will explain how component scan will work. Answer is how component scan will work. Okay. Answer is using component scan. Using component scan or @ component scan. Using component scan element in XML or @ component scan annotation in Java config. @ component scan in Java config team. Now let's see. It is my project structure. I have a project name. Yesterday we have discussed about introduction Spring framework. Introduction Spring framework, that means drawbacks of J2EE and importance of and advantages of Spring framework team. Advantages of Spring framework team. Next one, what we have discussed yesterday. Number 2. We have discussed number 3. Okay. Now, what is IOC? What is IOC? We have discussed IOC. What is IOC? Now, how it works? Number 4. What happens? Or you can say internal execution. Internals execution flow when we create application context is equal to new. When we create application context is equal to new class path XML, new class path XML resource application context or annotation config resource and all. We have clearly explained how the objects, where the objects will be loaded and all. Next one, we have discussed about what is dependency injection and its types and their types of dependency injection. We have discussed about setter dependency injection. We have discussed about constructor dependency injection. We have discussed about setter dependency injection. We have discussed about constructor injection. We have also discussed when to use setter injection versus constructor injection. Now sixth one started examples on number one, setter injection and constructor injection using XML configuration, and immediately we have started what is the drawbacks of XMLs. If already, what is the drawbacks of XML configuration? There are many drawbacks in XML configurations that we have already discussed. If you want again, I am ready to explain. So there are many drawbacks. One is readability. Another one is a developer need to learn more of XML document. Another one is readability, performance, maintenance. Now here all we have so many drawbacks in our XML. Yesterday I have explained. Developer need to learn of XML. Yeah, to work with XML config. Now B. Another one is it's not a type safety, means we can any mistakes also you will write until you deploy your application. You can't able to know at runtime only you will be able to know. Another one is performance. Performance means whole XML file will be readed. Yeah, okay, it will load your whole XML. It will use internally some parsers like SAX parser and DOM parsers to read the XML document. It will take more time. Another one is readability. Readability means switching from XML to Java config. Readability means switch from XML to Java config. Every time from Java classes to XML, it is very difficult. Another one is maintenance. Maintenance means if too many configurations are there, then sometimes difficult to maybe duplicate codes you will write. Another one is, it is not covered yesterday, I feel, condition based bean declaration, bean creation is difficult. Condition based bean creation is not possible in XML. Conditional based means, see, whenever you created a bean, if this bean is equal to not equal to null, then only should create. Okay, XML you cannot write this Java code inside of your XML. You cannot write Java code inside of your XML team. You cannot write Java code inside of your XML team. Understood? You can't write here your Java code inside of your XML. You can't write Java code inside of this XML. Hope you are able to understand. See, to overcome all these problems, now here see, Now you should go for Java configuration team. We have discussed about how this setter injection and constructor injection using Java configuration team. Please, I will share all these notes Java configuration and what are the annotations we have discussed yesterday, that I will explain now. Next we have discussed about, see how to avoid so much of configuration, here setter injection and constructor injection, setter injection comma constructor injection and field level injection using auto wire, using at the rate component, using okay using Java config comma XML config with at the rate component, with at the rate component, with comma at the rate auto wire. Understood, team? No, that's it. This is what how it will be executed, team. This is what how it will be executed, team. So now we have seen few of the examples, few of the examples, how to resolve the conflicts, how to resolve the conflicts, okay, conflicts, interface with multiple implementation classes using at the rate primary annotation, at the rate qualifier annotations, team. Okay, now next we have seen what are the annotations, Spring Core annotations. We have discussed yesterday. One is at the rate configuration, at the rate configuration. Now, yeah, you should tell. Don't by heart, team. Okay, can anyone tell how many annotations we have discussed yesterday? Can anyone tell, team, what are the annotations? Yeah, still, can you tell me still what are the annotations, team? Anyone? We have discussed yesterday. Auto wired. Still, anyone? No one. Everyone is, yeah, been, yeah, good. Still, fast. You should do, yes. Yeah, fast. Yeah, see, that's the reason all your answers are correct, team. But whenever interviewer asking, if you will remember in this way, it is difficult to give answer. You directly will start at your auto wire, directly will start at the rate import. It's not a good. How to remember easily? How to remember easily these annotations? Yeah, please, team. How to remember these annotations easily? Number one, team. A. Yeah. Please follow me. My my way of remembering shortcut. It will be easy to answer interviewer. First, Spring Core annotation. Yeah. Please start. Yeah, good, Archana. Yeah. So see, first this Spring Core started. Now Java config started to replace the XML files. What is the first annotation to replace the XML file? You need to go for at the rate configuration. See how to, okay, you are replacing your XML with Java config at the rate configuration. You did okay. Now how to replace your bean element? How to replace your bean element with at the rate bean? That's fine. Now see, at the rate configuration is done, at the rate bean is done. Now see, what is the C means? What is the C means? Is there any way to reduce the configuration at the rate component? How your Java knows, how your Spring knows at the rate component class? Your Spring knows declare a bean, your Spring knows declare XML tag. How your Spring knows there is a class is representing with at the rate component? You need to provide at the rate component scan. how to inject the beans, from container, you have to use @auto-wire. So like that you have to, if you remember in this way, it will be easy to, if any interview will asking, yes, okay, first and configuration will come, then bean will come, then to replace the bean you can use component. How the component will be there, you should go for component scan, then you should go for auto-wire, then it is done. Next one, I want to import my XML with, I want to import my XML with Java config import resource. I want to import my Java config to Java config. You should go for this one. Then we should go, hey, how to resolve these conflicts. You should go for primary. You should go for qualifier team. These are the annotations we have discussed yesterday. Any doubts? Any doubts, team? Is it makes sense? Can you remember easily? How many annotations? If you give 1, 2, 3, you can easily understand. How many, team? Yesterday we have discussed one. People are asking, what are the annotations you have used in Spring Core? Can you tell me? You will be in the position to give answers for all the annotations. If any annotation they will be asking, you should tell team. Is it clear, team, everyone? Any questions, team, you can ask till now? This is what we discussed yesterday. I will give, this is what we discussed yesterday, team. Any questions, team? You can ask a team. Component scan, Mahesh, you want again? Okay, I will explain now. Yeah, see. Okay, just, okay, revision, right? Okay, revision. Now here, see. What revision is asking? First, how to apply this dependency injection. Team, I am using DI. I am lazy. Dependency injection. Okay, instead of every time I am writing this dependency injection, I am writing DA. See, team, yesterday we have discussed about dependency injection can be possible XML config and using Java config. XML config and Java config. Now see. Now see, team. Now please concentrate. If it is XML config and Java config, what would be happen? Now please see here. Using XML config, you should do setter injection and you should do constructor injection. Using Java config, you should do setter injection, you should do constructor injection. All these things means developer has the responsible to apply this injection. Developer has write the configuration manually. This is called manual configuration. What is manual configuration? Developer has the responsible. Developer will write configuration manually. Okay, are you agreed or not? XML and Java config, who will write? Developer will write. Team, okay, have you agreed or not? Okay, XML, who will write? Developer has to write this configuration is manually. Java config also, developer has the responsibility to write this manually. No other shortcuts here. But what are the drawbacks with the XML over Java config? We have discussed here. But this configuration should be either XML or Java config. Developer has the responsibility to do the manually. If you go for auto-wire, auto wiring, then automatic configuration. If you use auto wiring, automatic configuration, no need to write any configuration by the developer. Your Spring framework will take care automatic configuration. Automatic configuration with the help of @component, comma, @auto wired annotations. Okay, now @component is used in this case. @component is used to make Pojo class as, normal class as, Spring Bean. @auto wire is used to apply the dependency injection. Is used to create the dependency injection. Understood, team? Please. These two are type level annotation. Type level annotations means that object needs to be created for that type. But in dependency injection, for Java config or XML config, only constructor injection and setter injection. But for auto wired, you have constructor injection, we have setter injection, we have field level injection. We have field level injection. All these three types we can implement auto wire with XML config. We can implement auto wire with Java config also. Yesterday we have discussed all team, but just a summary I am providing team. Who is going to process @component, comma, @auto wire? Answer is Spring has provided some source code to behave their functionality. The process of Spring framework looking for identifying presence of component, component annotation, and then the process of Spring framework looking for identifying the presence of component annotation and then creating the object is called component scan. Component scan. Component scan. Component scan or component annotation detection is not enabled by default. Yesterday I have explained. That is, it is default behavior. it is default behavior, that is @component scan disabled by default. Disabled by default. We need to explicitly enable it. Explicitly enable it. We need to explicitly enable it. Next question, team. Any reason why it is disabled? Any reason why it is disabled? @component could be add anywhere in the class path. Add anywhere in the class path. If you are by default enabled, these jars will have, okay, assume that you have jars of hundreds of the classes. If @component scan is enabled, then Spring has to search every class in the class path. @component will be, let's assume that in project, in project, there will be a 100 jars in project. 100 jars in project. @component could be add anywhere in the class path. Anywhere in the class path. If @component scan enabled, then Spring has to search in every class in the class path. If you want to work @component, okay, every class in the class path. So if every class in the class path, okay, how much time it will take? It will take so much of time. To avoid that, it will take so much of time to scan all the classes. That's the reason, if you want to work with @component, we have to enable @component scan explicitly. That's the reason. If you want enabled, okay, if you want to work with, so it will take so much of time. It will take so much of time to scan and it will take so much of, okay, processing time on scanning. That is the reason what we are doing. Okay, instead of scanning every, to avoid this, that's why by default it was, okay, disabled. That's why by default it is, okay, disabled. By default it was disabled. Understood, right? To avoid this, so any reason of why it is, okay, disabled means each and every class it should be verified. Now, okay, instead of every class, we are so, okay, enable at package level. If that package is available, only it will looks for that package only. It will scan all the packages. What is the package is available @component scan, only that package only you can able to look into that. Understood? So now to enable to enable component, or if you want to work with component, component, then we have to enable it using component scan annotation. Component scan annotation enabled explicitly using XML configuration or Java configuration. By default, it will scan current package only. If you are not providing this component scan anywhere, AutoWire. If you are not scanning AutoWire anywhere, but okay, if you are not providing any package name, where is that? Java config to Java config. If you are not providing anywhere, by default, it will looks for, let's assume that you are not providing anywhere. By default, it will looks for current package. It will always scan the current package. Current package, what is there? Do you have inside of any current package component classes are there? Please respond. Do you have any component classes are there in current package? No. That is the reason you have to specify this package name. You have to specify the package name. Understood? Or if you don't want the package name, you know exactly what classes. You can specify the classes also. Not only package. Base package classes also. You can give one class, you can give two class, you can give n number of classes also you can give. It's not only for only packages. Still, if you want to improve your performance, you know exactly what are the classes of component. You can give that component also here. You can give here. Writer dot class, comma, pen dot class, comma, black ink dot class, comma. That's it. Now you can run your application. Still you can avoid means instead of it will scan all this stuff, it will scan only these classes only. It will scan only these classes only. If you know exact class, you will go for this one. That's what I'm trying to say. The syntax is component scan. Component scan. You have base packages. If you have only one package, then you should go for com.sinotech. If you have multiple packages, if you want to scan, open this curly braces. inside of the curly braces. No need fully qualified name. Okay, anywhere okay, you are okay, importing, right? It will take care. How you should give here, comma, separating it with, you should give how many package with you can give. You can give okay, ABC, you can give okay, XY, Z, n number of packages you can give. It will scan all the packages under their child packages also. Same. At the rate component scan. Not base packages. Base package classes. What is the class name? Any class name. A class name, B class name, whatever. If you want to go multiple, then A dot class comma B dot class comma and so on. Depends upon the requirement you should use. Understood? In our project, com dot st dot com dot st dot spring dot com dot st dot st dot com dot spring dot beans. We should go for beans. Here we are using here, okay, inside of the beans we have classes like C1, we have classes like C2, and so on. All we have classes. Inside of the beans I have again okay, sub package. I have again sub package. This sub package is maybe a core. Okay, inside of the core we have C3, we have C4. Okay, inside of this C4 we have one more sub package. That sub package is called core, okay, util, okay, something here. Okay, inside of this util you should go C5. Let's see how it is my project structure. Here my pom.xml. Now let's start. Suppose your base package is equal to com.st.spring. Can anyone tell what are the classes? Let's assume that all are component classes. What are the classes would be scanned? Can anyone tell me, team? Can anyone? My base package is equal com.st.spring. What are the classes who would be scanned? Can anyone tell? Anyone? all. Okay, new one team, all classes. All classes. Good. So means it is I am giving here my root. If I am giving here root means C1, C2, C3, C4 root and its child classes, all it would be available. All it would be available team. Please try to understand. So now if I, okay, depends upon the requirement. If I give base package is equal to com dot st dot core, what is the output team? What is the output team? Can anyone explain what is the output? What is the output team? Core and all its, yeah, output. C4, C5, C6. C4, C5, C6. That's it. Yeah, good. If I will give only beans, and hope you understood. So this is what, during your application startup, what component scan you will be provided. So based on the package name or class name, the corresponding, child classes, it will scan it, it will create the object, it will apply the dependency injection also. Mahesh, are we clear now? Shall we close this component story team? Shall we stop this component story? So last one team. People are asking, see, what is this annotation team? If you go for this configuration, this is also component only. It is also component only. Everything is component, but what is meant by target type? First one is retention means either this is required at compile time or required at runtime. If the annotation job is at compile time, here retention policy at compile time. If annotation is at runtime, it is at runtime. So it tells you the scope of the annotation. What is your scope? Is your scope is at compile time? Or your scope is at runtime? What is your scope? Retention annotation is to tell you scope of the annotation. This annotation would be required at compile time. This annotation would be required at runtime. What is the target? Hey, this annotation, where you should use only class level or only method level or field level. If you see bean, right? If you see bean, it is at method level. Target is this annotation you can use at method level. Annotation you can use any other annotation type, but it will be used at runtime. Try to understand this source code of your Spring annotation stream. At the rate target is used. At the rate target is used. So where that method can be used at class level or method level or field level or constructor level or other annotation level. At the rate retention is used for what is the scope? Is this annotation is used at compile time or is this annotation used at runtime? Most of these Spring annotations are at runtime only. Understand, team? Yeah. Now, okay. Next one, team. What is next one? As you told, AutoWire. We are able to use AutoWire for at field level injection, constructor injection, and all. Okay, right. So field level injection, auto wire, field level injection, is not recommended because one, we can't write unit testing has dependencies hidden. We don't know exactly what dependencies would be. Next one, we can't write more conditions on if it is field level. Field level internally will use reflections. Okay, internally will use reflections. Now, next one, if the class does not have @ component, still we can use @ component scan with @ bean comma XML config. Means your beans, that is @ component scan will work with @ bean comma XML config, means @ bean comma XML configurations, @ bean comma XML configurations, @ component scan will work with @ bean comma XML configurations. Understood, team? Okay, depends upon the requirement. We may mix up of configurations. Okay, so okay, sometimes your Spring JDBC data source comma JDBC template, okay, JDBC template, REST template, and so on, etc. does not have @ component. That is, we should go with @ bean only. We should go with @ bean annotation only. We should go ahead with @ bean annotation only. Last summary, in real time, we should, in real time, all the below combinations we should use. Below combination means A, one is only XML config. B, you may use XML with Java config. C, you may use Java config with auto wire. Don't know. All we should use, team. Okay, if you understand Spring Boot, the story will be different. Spring Boot will not require all, everything would be taken care by your Spring Boot only. Anyhow, okay, that we'll discuss later. Now we are good, team. Everything is good now. Any questions now? Last one, team, @ lazy annotation. This annotation is used to create the object when first request will come. When first request will come means instead of scan and create the objects during startup lazy means lazy, no need to, this annotation is used, no need to, no need to stop, no need to start during startup of your bean. I want at runtime, whenever I need, then only on demand I want my bean, on demand I want the bean, then only I should use this. Then only I should use this team. No, just I want to give one summary team. This summary would be helpful to you. What is that summary? Summary means now XML, Java config, AutoWire. How many use cases? 6 use cases. Use case 1, use case 2, use case 3, 4, 5. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can use only XML. You can use only XML. You can use only Java config. You can use only AutoWire. No, you cannot use only AutoWire. That is not possible. Why AutoWire is required? Either Java config, AutoWire is required, either XML config. Otherwise, how the component scan will work? AutoWire, the combination with either XML, the combination with either Java config is mandatory. You can integrate with XML with the XML. You can work with XML. You can integrate it with XML with Java config. You can work with XML. You can work with Java config. You can work with AutoWire. All that's it. So if you want just note team, note. If we want migrate, If you want to, okay, if you use XML, then easily migrate to other projects. If you use XML, then easily migrate to other projects. It is just like replace XML config with other config. Point number 2. If you use Java config or AutoWire, then if you use Java config or AutoWire, then difficult to migrate from Java to other framework, because you need to write so much of coding. Understood? Now with this, can we put full stop? Okay, XML, Java config and all. Understood, team? Everyone. Last one, team. People are asking, maybe 5 minutes I may spend time. And you should use primary. Team. I would explain lazy team. And you should use primary. It gives them priority to one bean than other beans team. This annotation, it will give priority to one bean than another beans. We can't use primary more than one bean. We can't use primary more than one bean. That is, it's like switch statement. If you are not specified anything, default bean it will give. That is the way. Understood, team? So if you are not sure what is the, if you are not sure, if you are not sure what is the default, then don't use primary annotation. Okay. What is qualifier? What is qualifier? Qualifier is used. It is used dependency injection as by name. By type means class name. By name means a reference name. It is used to setting name or alias name to bean. Alias name to bean. Based on qualifier, it will execute corresponding backend system team. I will draw one simple diagram. Please be on mute. I will draw one simple diagram team. In real time, what happened, you know, I have A1 card info. I have A1 card controller. Please try to understand. The card may be a credit card service. Card may be a debit card. I have A1 card controller team. Card service team. service will have n number of implementations. Why in your real time you should write interface and IMPL means this is the purpose. Credit card, debit card, maybe green card. It will talk to credit card DAO, debit card DAO, green card DAO. It will talk to this database, this database, this database. Game starts now. Card info controller. Card service. Credit card service IMPL. Card service IMPL. Debit card service IMPL. Green card service IMPL. Now, whenever request will come in controller, what happened? How the card info controller code is there @ auto wire @ qualifier. If the qualifier is CC, call card call credit card service IMPL. If it is debit card, if it is green card, what happened? Whoever is calling this controller, that guy has the responsible card number, whatever your work request card number, comma, CVV number and all, along with this card type, CC, DC, GC, whatever it. Based on this card type, what your qualifier will do. your qualifier as the responsible to call any one of them, not all. So 100 requests may come to credit card, 100 requests may use debit cards, 100 requests may use green card. The corresponding backend system, your qualifier, what it will do, it will, which qualifying object, it will route the request to the corresponding object, so that that flow will be executed. Understood, team? This is the use case, how we should use. Based on the qualifier, it will executed correspond to the backend systems. Are you clear, team? When you should go for qualifier, when you should go for bean. Team, are you clear or not? Or any questions, team? Everyone, team. Others team, all are clear now. Good, team. Okay, next one, team. So now all are good now. Now day 2. Real-time scenario. Sir, when I don't want few of the classes during start time. Okay, I don't want to create few of the classes during start time, sir. If you don't want to create a few of the classes during start time, at this time we should go for, at this time we should go for lazy, sir. At this time we should go for lazy. Recently we have used one of the in our production, we are getting some issue. During startup only, your app server could not find few of the classes. I would explain, sir. So by default, it is startup only, it will be laid in multi-threading or during more number of requests to one class, even though it is not required at compile time, but still we are loading during startup only. What we did on top of the bean, we are using lazy. On top of the bean, we are using lazy actually. If you use lazy, right, what are the advantages with lazy? Lazy on, you should use on bean method. If lazy annotation present on bean method, Spring initializes the bean. Spring initializes the bean only whenever a request will come. Spring initializes the bean only whenever a request will come to him. If you want, let I can explain one simple code on this lazy team. If you want, I could explain one simple code on this lazy. This has introduced in Spring 3.0 version. Okay, sir. Let me explain. Let me explain one simple code. You can use in lazy on top of the. Okay, let's see why we should. I want to create one simple Java config. Simple Java config, sir. Simple Java config I want to create. One second, let me how to use. lazy POC. One second, sir. What use cases we should take? I'm thinking just where are these classes? Okay, let's see. We'll start one simple only. Okay, instead of complex one, we'll go for existing examples and we'll start. I'm creating one simple bean, sir. What is the simple bean? Java config setter or constructor, whatever it. Paste lazy Java config lazy example. Lazy. Let's see. Where is this lazy? This is the lazy annotation. So if you are not using lazy, what happened? So if you are not using lazy, what happened? If you are not using this lazy, what happened? First of all, I don't want to create this as, these are all as a independent team. I don't want to create any different beans. Bean is okay. All are as a independent. No need any dependency injections and all. Just to we want to test. We want to test. If you give just at the rate component scan, one second thing. First we will use at the rate lazy. At the rate lazy can be applied using at the rate lazy on configuration class. You can use team. At the rate lazy you can use on top of the bean, and also by default. I want to explain this during my scopes team because you will be understanding in scopes easily. Let me complete this scopes team because it will be mainly focus on scopes only. Default all your spring beans are scopes, okay, singleton only. But how to stop default behavior I would explain to you. Okay, we'll stop this one after scopes, right? I will explain, okay, everything to you. Okay, because some scope knowledge is okay, required to understand, then you will get it easily. Then you will get it, okay, easily. Okay, yeah, let's see. Let's see, team. Then we'll start. Very important topic is called very important topic is called scopes, team. Very important topic is called scopes. Okay, let's see how these scopes would be okay, helpful and all. We'll see practicality. Scopes. Day 2 will start. After scopes, we'll see this lazy also, team. Day 2 start. Very okay, important topic, team. Scopes. Spring scopes, team. Spring scope. What is mean by scope, team? Very important, team. Very important. What is mean by scope? I would say scope is I would say scope is Scope means lifetime team. Lifetime. Sir, primitive is easy only. I could not then. You have primitive in your XML file. Okay, instead of properties, you can give primitives also, sir. Okay, it is okay, easy only. I could not cover. Not a problem. I can explain one more example. Primitive also, sir. Tarun. Okay. At the end we'll see. Yeah. Now here see scope is lifetime. Scope is lifetime team. Lifetime of the scope is lifetime. What is mean by bean scope? What is meant by bean scope is lifetime of a bean. Lifetime of a bean in the container. Lifetime of a bean in the container. Bean scope is lifetime of every area. Very important. Please concentrate. Okay, lifetime of a bean in the container. Lifetime of a bean in the container team. Okay, next one. See, when a bean gets created by the container, so when a bean gets created by container and when it gets destroyed okay, when a bean gets created in the container and when it gets destroyed, it is called bean scope. It is called bean scope team. It is called bean scope. It is called bean scope team. Next one. Next one team. What is next one? How many scopes are there in Spring? Types of scopes in Spring team. We have we have around 6 scopes are there in Spring. One is singleton, another one is prototype, another one is request, another one is session, another one is global, another one is application. We will not talk about these three. These three are used for to develop web application like MVC based applications. Global is used for to develop some portlet applications. Our goal is only to discuss about team. What is request and singleton and prototype. These two only we are going to use team. These two only we are going to use team. Okay. Now, because Spring core scopes are only these two. Because Spring core scopes are only these two. Hope clear, everyone. Now, first one is what is singleton team? What is singleton? Singleton beans will be created whenever your container during startup. Singleton will stay in the container until it gets destroyed. Until it gets destroyed. What is mean by singleton? Means only one object will be created. Singleton objects are only one object. Okay, if you want to use a singleton, whole application only one object it will be created. It is called a singleton. It is called a singleton means. Please, very important thing. What is mean by a singleton? What is mean by singleton? Only one object. Only one object. Only one object for whole application. For whole applications. Okay, only one object for multiple requests. Only one object for multiple request is called singleton. Singleton is different. Spring singleton is different. Java singleton is different thing. It is for at container level. It is called at container level. Spring singleton scope is not same as single design pattern. Okay, that design pattern is different. This is a design pattern is different. This scope is one object per container per bean definition. It is called singleton here. One object per container per bean definition. Very, very important. Don't confuse. No, singleton beans will be created when your container created during container startup and destroyed it will be destroyed during startup and it will stay in container until it gets destroyed, until it gets container destroyed. Please concentrate. Very, very, very okay, important. I would say here singleton scope is equal to container live. I would say until your container is there, then only your singleton scope is there. Singleton scope is not same as Java singleton design pattern. That is your Java design pattern will be only one object for whole application. Here one container. Java and singleton design pattern is used only one object. Only one object for whole application. Only one object for whole application. Only one object for whole application. That means now here, see here, I have bean ID ABC. Class is equal to ABC. Let's assume that here, whenever this statement it will be executed. Whenever this statement it will be executed per bean definition, only one object will be created. Now if you give session, no, it will not share it, sir. Sir, it will not share, sorry. Now bean ID ABC1 class is equal to ABC. Now what happened here? Please try to understand. A new object will be created per bean definition. If you take some configuration, it will create another object. It will create another object. Okay. With new ID. With new ID means in your container means what happened? It is a singleton. Please try to understand. If it is your container, now here what happened? Here one object will be created. Here another object would be created. One object is ABC. Another object is ABC1. Another object is okay, ABC1. So two objects would be created in. It's not like whole application one bean. That's wrong. One bean, one object for one container. Please concentrate. Now if it is what is meant by prototype, I will explain examples practically. Okay, you will be able to know prototype. Multiple objects per bean definition per container. Multiple objects per bean definition per container. Whenever there is a need for the bean, whenever there is a need for this bean, a new object will be created. It's like it's like use and throw. Whenever it's like use and throw object. If need, create object, and if need, create the object. Okay, it's like use and throw. Now Spring container always holds references singleton beans which it has created as it is reused using that reference. Hope we know that. Now what about prototype? Spring container does not, please concentrate, does not hold any reference of the prototype which it has created. Once object is completed of the prototype bean, then it will go to the garbage collector by the JVM. Once object is completed of prototype, then it will get GC, garbage collection by the JVM. It will get garbage collector by the JVM. So now the biggest question is when to use singleton, when to use prototype is very, very important. Bean scopes, an application run in multi-threading environment, especially bean scope is very, very important. Say, by default, note, if you are not specified any scope, by default, all the spring beans are singleton. By default, all your beans are singleton scope. By default, all the beans are singleton. Understood, sir? Now please concentrate. By default, all the beans are singleton. Now very, very important. Now here see. I will show you practically. If it is singleton, how can I prove it is? Either you will use a XML. If it is a XML, in XML config, okay, how to use bean ID blacking class com.st.blacking scope. If you are not specified, by default it is singleton. Or else you can specify. If you want to specify here, you should specify here prototype. If it is Java config, you should use, there is an annotation is called @scope. Here you need to specify the scope, either singleton or prototype. If you will not declare, then default scope is singleton only. Default scope is singleton only. Understood? How can we specify here? If it is a XML, go to resource, spring config. If you will not specify anything, go for this one. Have you specified anywhere scope? Have you specified anywhere scope stream here? No. If you are not specified anywhere, default every bean is a singleton. Default every bean is a singleton. Default every bean is a singleton. You want to prove? So now here see. Now we'll see. It is coming again. How to know whether it is a singleton or not? System.void.println. Writer object is writer. Now run as Java application. See, only object, okay, hash code will come. But same thing, I would say one. I will comment this for some time. Why do you need this? Is it same or not? That means from that container it is getting same bean or not. Even you will try to get that bean 100 times. all are same or not. But what I want to do here intentionally, I am trying to create one more bean with another one bean ID, not same, another bean ID, or writer new bean ID. Let's see team. Actually, it is same, but let's see, you are trying to create new one. New. Let's see team. Please try to understand. But actual use case, we may discuss for 1 hour only on the scopes. Very important how the scopes will be used in multi-threading environment, where this really will be helpful. I will explain team how your Tomcat default threads are will be there. Please try to understand. Okay, I would explain everything. Okay, now here see. Now run as this. Even though your object is singleton, but per bean only. Whenever you are creating new bean, it is new object or not. Please don't confuse in interviewer. Spring singleton is same as your Java singleton. No, your Spring singleton is one bean. Singleton beans will be created one object per container per bean definition. If new bean definition is there, another object will be created with another one. Team, are you following team? Everyone is okay or not? Team others, Abdul, Archana, Balu, Chaitanya, any questions, any doubts? Irfan, Jagadish, Krupavati, others all. Fatima, all clear? Sir, are you getting, sir? Okay, now we'll see here. Now we'll see team. Next one we'll see. Now please try to understand. Try to understand. Try to understand. Okay, next one. Please try to understand. Okay, next one. So even if you this is okay, fine. Okay, everyone is fine. This one. Now next one is team. Very important. What is important stuff we are going to see now? Different use cases of this singleton and prototype. Different use cases. What are the different? First I will use a simple one. I will use a simple one is I will use simple one. This scope is equal to prototype. Now what happened? I will go to okay XML. I will stop this one. No need. Just for showing, I am explaining here. Go for writer. Scope is equal to prototype. Scope is equal to prototype. Now run this application. Observe here. If the scope is equal to prototype, every request is new object or not? Every request is new object or not? Every request is new object or not? I give by default your singleton objects are your spring beans are singleton. If you make it as prototype, then what it would be happened? If you make it as prototype, now here what it would be happened? So yeah, now here see, if you give prototype, every object is its own hash code it is getting. Yes, okay, every request is a new one here. Okay, every request is a new one here. Now see, now actual game starts now. What is actual game starts now means very important team. What is actual game starts here? Please try to understand. When you should go for singleton, when you should go for prototype. First I will use this scope combinations. Scope combinations. What is scope combinations? Number one, I have a two class. Class A, very important. Please, you interviewers are asking this. Class B. I want to inject class B into class A. I want to inject class B injected into class A. That is, class A is depending. Class A is depending on class B. Class A is okay depending on class B. Class A is okay depending on class B. Now that is, now here see, please try to understand here. Number one use case. Use case one. Both are singleton. Use case one, both are singleton. A and B are singleton objects. That means singleton injected to another singleton B. One singleton injected into another singleton. Now what happened? Case 2. I have two classes. Here A comma B are prototype. One singleton. No, one prototype injected into one prototype injected into one prototype bean, one singleton bean injected into another singleton bean, one prototype bean injected into another prototype bean. How it happens? Very important in real time. Case 3. One singleton will be injected into A is injected into another prototype. One singleton will be injected into another prototype. A is prototype, B is one singleton injected into one singleton injected, one singleton bean injected to another prototype bean. Case 4. A is singleton, B is here. One prototype will be injected to another singleton. These 4 use cases we need to practice team. Very important. Sometimes your dependent class will be injecting into sometimes your dependent classes will be injected into your dependent class. No, what happened? So at that time we should be very careful team. I would give one statement. This statement, why it is, you will be able to know. Never injected shorter lived bean into a longer lived bean. What is the difference? I would explain to you. Never injected shorter lived bean into a longer lived bean team. Longer lived bean. In your real time, what happened? Actually, real time, how your project to flow in your real time. Your project to flow in your real time, you will have controller, you will have service, you will have DAO, you will have this backend is database and all. See, when we should use singleton, when we should use singleton and prototype, and we should use singleton and prototype. Okay, the questions are, is your controllers are singleton, or maybe here your controller is depending. Let's assume that here A is a controller, B is a service. How to do? If A and B are singleton, how your application will see? If A and B are prototype, how your application will see? If A is a prototype and B is in singleton, how it works? If A is a singleton and B is a prototype, how it works? One prototype being injected into another singleton, how it works? Now we'll see all these things practically. Did you get it, team? Basic. What is singleton? What is prototype, team? Singleton means one bean. One bean. Singleton is not same for your Java singleton design pattern. Java singleton design pattern is used for whole your application. Only one object will be created. Our Spring singleton will be used for one object per container per bean definition. If you are trying to create in single container two bean definitions, then we should go for, it's not in singleton, it's a two objects will be created for every bean definitions. Two object will be created for every bean definitions. I have shown the practical example also. We took also two here. We took also two here. Understood, are here. It depends upon the requirement. We should use that all. So it is another one. If you go for your here, I have a two bean definitions in my container. If it is two bean definitions, means what happened? For this one object will be created. For this another object will be created. If you are not specified, default scope is a singleton. If you are not specified, default scope is a singleton. But we need to see these combinations, team. What is these combinations? So prototype means irrespective of these beans, always a new object will be created. That new object already we have seen here. If you use a singleton, default is a singleton. If you run, see, only one object. But a new object also singleton, but on this object it will be singleton, not C. On this object it is a singleton. You can give writer new one, writer new one, writer new two, writer new two, you can give, but it is all singleton. On this bean definition, it is another singleton object. See. Okay, team, done. It is also done. If you change your scope is equal to prototype, irrespective of this, always it will be, but all these prototype objects will be created inside of the directly in JVM. Only singleton objects only will be created in JVM and references would be available in our container. Your singleton object scope is during your container live, during your container startup, those objects will be created. If the container destroyed, those objects also will be destroyed, but prototype will be is on depends upon JVM. Let's see case one, team. I'm splitting into 4 cases. Case one. What is case one? What is case one? Singleton injected to another singleton B. Singleton injected to another singleton B. Another singleton B. Singleton will be injected into another singleton bean. If you take this one, if you take this one, now we'll see A is singleton. B is also singleton type. So now what happened? One container, only one object will be created. One object for A and one object for BT. One object for A and one object for BT. Now what happened? Even you will get it 100 requests. Even you will get it 100 requests. A and B objects will be always only one thing. Very, very important. Even you got 100 requests for n number of requests. For n number of requests, objects will be only one thing. Objects will be only one for both A and B. Okay, it is clear, team? Okay, everyone? This is clear, everyone? This is clear, everyone? Now. So, case 2, team. What is case 2? Case 2 is both are prototype. Prototype injected to another prototype. Prototype injected to another prototype. Prototype injected to another prototype. What happened here? Here A1, B1, A2, B2, A3, B3. That means for request 1, for first request, whenever a request over 1, it will be happened. Here you got A1, here you got B1. For request 2, it would be happened. Whenever you got a request 2, here it is A2, means for every request a new object will be created, B2. Similarly, when you got request 3, now here what happened? Here you got A3 as well as B3T. A3 as well as B3T. Means for every request, here is only one, irrespective. Here A is a prototype and B is prototype. Here A is proton type and B also is prototype. Means for every request, a new object will be created. For every request, a new object will be created, team. For every request, a new object will be created. For every request, a new object will be created. Now, case 3. Case 3. Singleton object injected to prototype. Singleton object injected to prototype. Singleton object injected to prototype. Here, what is interested one? Please concentrate. Here, what is interested one? Here you got A is prototype, B is singleton. Now what happened? But A is prototype, B is singleton. A is a prototype and B is a singleton. Please try to understand it. B is singleton. A is prototype. That means for every request, A is one new object will be created. Request 1. Request 1. Request 2. Request 3. Request 1, request 2, request 3. Here is A1. Here is A2. Sorry. Here is A1 means for every request, a new object will be created. B. Sorry, A2. A3. But whereas here, always B is only one. So whenever A required B, this A will talk to B to get the data. A will talk to B to get the data. A will talk to B to get the data. Here A will talk to B to get the data. Here A1 will talk to B1, A2 will talk to B2, A3 will talk to B3. Here since B is a singleton, no problem. Always here B is a singleton, no problem. Always you will get it same data to all these objects. All these objects. Okay, team. Here the summary is here. Every request, new A object will be created, but B object is only once as it is singleton. B object is only once as it is singleton. Understood, team? Okay. Now, clear now. Case 4. What is case 4? Case 4. Here, somewhat interested. Prototype injected into singleton. Prototype injected into singleton. That is, A is singleton. A is singleton and B is prototype. A is singleton and B is prototype. Now here see. Please concentrate. Please concentrate. It is now here what happened. B prototype means every request a new object will be created. It is B1, it is B2, it is B3. Here it is singleton, right? Here it is A1. Now I got, let's assume that request 1, request 2, request 3. Request 1, request 2, request 3. Request 1, request 2, now request 3. Now request 1, now request 2, now request 3. Request 1, request 2, request 3. Now here see, but B will be injected or not? B will be injected into A. First request, second request, third request. Is it correct, team? Or any questions here? Team, is it right, team? Okay, everyone. Sir, until that container is available for every single request, same object, sir. If container will be destroyed, Jagdish, again new object would be created. Team, the prototype objects, right? Yeah. See, case 4. Yeah, case 4 here. Prototype is B. Generally, what is the definition of prototype here? What is the definition of the prototype here, team? Definition of the prototype is definition of the okay, every request a new object will be created. Here it is happening same. Here it is happening same or not? Every request new prototype. Okay, every request new prototype. Every request new. Is it right, team? Okay, everyone. Okay, is it right, team? Please. Yeah. Okay, everyone, please. Okay, is it correct or not? Case 4. Team, please, okay, respond. Yeah. 100% it is not correct, team. The reason is, see. Yeah. 100% it is not correct, team. The reason is singleton objects are during your application startup only. Singleton beans are created during application startup. Singleton beans are created. At that time only A will be injected into B. So it will be injected same object. It will be injected same object if it is not created again. There is no chance of request is not coming to directly to your B right. During application startup, during application startup, singleton beans are created. During application startup, singleton beans are created. During application startup, singleton beans are created. At the time only, A will be injected to B. At the time only, A will be injected to B during application startup. Singleton beans are created. During application startup, singleton beans are created. At that time only, A will be injected B. So it will injected. So it will injected. Same object. If not created again, if A is not created again, if A object is not created again, very important interview question. That's why never inject prototype into singleton. Never inject prototype into singleton. Never inject prototype into singleton. Even though B is prototype, but it behaves like singleton only. Even though B is a prototype, but it behaves like singleton only. Even though P is prototype, but it behaves singleton only. It behaves singleton only. Any questions team here? Are you clear with the understanding and all, or any questions team? That's why I gave one statement here. What is the question? Sir, when first user submit any request with scope is singleton, it will hold all the data in the particular object and first user. Next, another second request to come. If we are using same object, it will be the problem. So how to handle? At that time, you can give A is a prototype, sir. See, if the request is varied from every okay, the data will be varied from every request, go for prototype. If the data will be same for all the requests, go for a singleton. I will explain when you should go for singleton and when you should go for prototype. I will explain. Please let me know if anything, okay, any clarifications are required. Okay or not? That's why I give earlier statement here. Never injected short-lived beans into longer lived beans. Now you came to know why we should use this. Now you came to know why we should use that one statement. Please go through that statement once. Never injected short-lived into long-lived object. Short-lived means prototype. Okay, every request a new prototype would be created. That's why it is called short-lived. Singleton is long-lived. You should not do it. You should not do it. Now we'll see when you should go for singleton and when you should go for prototype team. When you should go for singleton and when you should go for prototype team. When you should go for singleton and you should go for prototype. Okay, now here see. When you use singleton and prototype. So if the application, if the class will not have any instance variable, then preferred singleton. Then preferred singleton. If the class will not have any instance variable, class, that is class does not hold any state. Class does not hold any state team. Class does not hold any state. If the class does not hold any state, happily go for singleton team. Happily go for singleton team. Understood team? Happily go for singleton. Happily go for singleton. Any questions here? If the class will have any instance variables in the bracket holding state, because this is instant, then preferred, because instance variable will be varied from object to object. For every request, this will be varied. For every request, this will be varied. For every request, it would be varied here. Okay. Now depends upon the requirement. You should use team wherever you will see. It depends upon the requirement. You should see wherever you will see that you should prefer team. Now here, okay, interested one is where to use this. Now here, this is about scope stream. Any questions on the scope you can ask. Any questions on the scope you can ask. If you are clear, then we'll discuss. Okay. Now, where exactly we should use this lazy annotation? See now, first I will explain scopes practice, then we'll go for depends upon the requirement. Tejas, we can't tell. Okay, depends upon the requirement. Either we should go for a singleton or okay, you should go for prototype. Okay, depends upon the requirement. You cannot tell okay exactly which one is no where to use and all. Okay, depends upon the requirement. You should use it. Understood? Okay, depends. It is you can't tell okay, exactly. Are we clear now? Now here see. Okay, next one team. So we'll see one practical use case. Yeah, we'll see the scope using Java config. All are prototype. So at the rate scope configurable. What are the singleton you have? Ink singleton, pen singleton. This is called prototype. This is called prototype. Okay. Now we'll see how to print and all. We'll see now. Ink singleton. See now. We'll see all the okay use cases. We'll see in this example just for how to use scope in our Java config. Remaining code is everything is same. Remaining code, nothing I'm going to disturb. How to use? I will go for our own language, our own terminologies. Okay, instead of this code, either you may or may not understand. I will go for our own style, sir. What is our own style? I am creating our own packages, sir. Here, how our own packages, so that you can understand easily. Com dot Sinutech, our classes beans. I am creating A class and I am creating B class. See, my A will have A1 constructor. A. This will be called B. BB. BB. This dot B is equal to B. Now, here public void M1. Public void M1. Return float value or okay M1. Okay, now here see. System.out.println A M1 method. Now go for this B team. Public void M2. int I equal to 0 into team something whatever it return I plus 1 or return what should I give? First time is okay, I value, okay, static value. If I give every time it will execute at the same value, right? Okay, return. Just I will give, my only intention is only that local variable only it will be executed. If it is instance variable, yeah, even if it is instance variable it will not be executed. Okay, just will give an SOP as of now. B M2 method, here it is void from A B dot M2. Just CT. I am writing my own Java config here. It is at the rate. I don't want to at the rate component as of now. Yeah, you can use, it's not a problem. I want scope, right? Okay, now go for my own configuration. A configuration or scope configuration. Now what you should use at the rate configuration at the rate bean public A return A at the rate bean public VB return B. Done. Now I am expecting here BB here B. I am expecting here BB here B. What is happening here? Return new B. That's it. Why it is not happened here? My B is injected via A. Don't have here constructor. Yes. BB is equal to okay. Return new A. That's fine. Now we are good. Any questions, team here? Any questions here, team? Simple coding. Any questions, team? Everyone, I am asking. Any questions, team? Any questions, team here? Simple coding, team. I am not writing any code at all. Any questions, team? Now I am giving scope is equal to why it is not configurable factory dot scope singleton configurable factory dot, but when you go for A, wherever you are creating B, I'm trying to B object is B. Now here see. Now I am writing one test method A main class application context is equal to new new annotation application context a config dot class context dot get bin of context dot get bin of context dot get bin of a dot whenever the statement will be executed, flow will be go to where your a. Here I want to know how the a object and how the b object will be created. Here it is a singleton system.out.println a is a. Now let's try to understand here. Now if I run this, how to test time? A is only one, B at the rate, but every request it is a new one, right? How to test every request it is a new one. Since it is a single, until that A255E30, until you close that container, same object will be returning. Same object will be returned. Okay, if it is singleton. Now my question is if B is prototype, or okay, case 3 will see what is case 3. Here case 2 is straightforward, both are the same will come. Case 3, A is prototype, B is singleton. A is prototype, B is okay singleton. How to give? A is prototype. Now here see, now I am running. Earlier singleton means every time same. Now I am running. A prototype means A is always new one, B is always singleton. A now 255, B is always ends with 3 only. B is always ends with 3 only. B is always ends with 3 only. A always will get new one because A is a prototype. We'll stop and we'll run again. We'll close this container once. How to close? Context dot set down. Context dot application context. Context dot why it should come Why it is not coming context dot? Shut down the container or close it. If it is not come, no problem. What we'll do? I will stop this. We will start again. Run as mvn clean. Run as Java application. Now we'll see. No, it is not stopped. This JVM is not a shutdown team. How the container will be shut down? Application context dot. One method will come shut down. Why it is not coming? Close method also will come. Application context dot shut down. Not here. After you got everything. After you got everything. Now 1 second team. Now my intention is how to shut down. Okay, you can shut down with the help of here also it should come. How to shut down your container. It is their team. You can close your application context. Close application context. How to close application context. That's what we have it. This one clean context like this. 1 second, will it be work? Oh, it is annotation. Context. Insert semicolon. Yeah, now it is closing. See, this context written type is we are a typecasting team. Close method is there. We are typecasting this close method. Let's see. A is I got the A reference and I got the B. Now it is closed, right? Next time. Why A is always getting same? A is prototype I give. B is sorry, A is I gave singleton. What is third case? A is prototype, but my B is singleton. Oh, reverse team. A is a singleton here. A is prototype. Yes, correct only this one. But B is singleton. A always it will give new one and B always it will give same one. If you go here, I am trying to printing. A is always you should get new one because it is a prototype. B is always it should get. How to get their B? Directly you can get it B also. Directly you can get it this B. 1 second team, don't confuse. Why I should go there? 1 second. Go to here configuration. I am calling this bean team A. Go to A. A is com.sinotech M1 method. Object is this. 4B 9E. Why it is getting same every time? Because it is not a singleton, it is a prototype. Go to A class. Did I write here constructor? During constructor only, while it was executing. 1 second team. Go for our own style. Here writer is an. Here writer is an. Just I am using here prototype team. In this prototype, fountain is an singleton. Pen is an prototype. Black ink also is an singleton team. Only writer is a prototype. Let's see, it is a use case of this one. Oh, I'm not calling any new request, right? That's the problem here. In A, I am passing always same request. That's why it is giving same. If you are sending different request, you will get a different hash code. That is what I did here. So now what I am doing, I am passing one. Now again I am trying to call this bean. Means two requests I am calling. Earlier I am calling same this one only. Now I would call one more request. Means three requests I am calling to whom? This writer. If you are calling multiple requests to this writer, okay, I would ask here only team. Why I should? Again, I don't want switch. Here only. I understood the problem. Always you are calling only one. You should call this A only n number of times. Call A, call A, call A. One time, two time, three time. Call A, call A. A1, A2, A3. A1 is, A2 is, A3 is. A1 is, A2 is, A3 is. Now, run as. See, because of A is a prototype, every request it will be new one, but B is always only one. B is always only one. Team, did you understand, team? Even if you want to create here also B n number of times you can write. B is always only one. Where you are printing, see, for every you can call. For every you can call A dot M1, A1 dot, please try to understand. If any doubt you can ask. A2 dot M1, A3 dot M1. Please, okay, try to understand. You are, since it is a prototype, for every request, A will be created as a new one. But you call n number of times, it is a, for every request, it will be new. But for every request B, it should return same value. Run. Same value. Please, if you are not understanding, please ask me. I am calling, I am sending 4 requests. For 4 requests, because it is a prototype. 4 requests, every request A would be new hash code. But whenever you call, okay, M1 is calling internally, it returns the B. But B is always same because B is the singleton. That how many requests are there? That many A request, that many B request. But A will be varied for every request, but B would be same for all the request. Team understood, team? Team, are you clear or not? Case 3 clear? Okay, everyone. Case 3 clear. Case 4 is interested one. Now what is interested one? Case 4 is interested one. Good. What is case 4? You know, please concentrate. What is case 4? You know? Reverse. It is singleton. It is prototype. Generally, what happened? A would be only one, but B would get many because it is a prototype. Now see here. A is singleton, B is prototype. But see, A also same object, B also is same object. If A is a singleton, even you will call 1 lakh time also, B also is getting a singleton only. During first time your application startup only, during first time your application startup only, your A object will be injected into B object. Even if you give 1 lakh request, but even though B is a prototype, but B is here acting as a singleton. Sir, are you clear, sir? Sir, everyone, sir, are you clear, everyone? Everyone, now you got it right. No confusions, right? All, everyone. No confusions, right? Yeah. Yeah, good thing. Now here, see. Now small question is, forget about singleton and prototype. Now we are, scopes are clear now. Are we clear the scopes now? We have seen all the scopes, team. Hope you are clear, everyone, scopes. When to use singleton, when to use prototype, all clear now. Now we should go for, all clear, right, team? Okay, everyone. Yeah, now we should go for lazy annotation, team. Lazy annotation. Spring lazy annotation indicates that spring lazy annotation indicates that a bean will be initialized. A bean will be lazily initialized. A bean will be lazily initialized. The lazy annotation can be annotated with component, annotated with class level comma method level. That means a component configuration. You can add component configuration with use lazy annotation. B bean use lazy at method level. At class level, at method level. See, the default scope bean is singleton. Generally, singleton beans are pre-initialized during your application startup only. Why? To discover the errors, errors in the, if any of errors in the configuration, and or if errors in the configuration. Fourth one, to initialize, if you don't want to initialize a bean lazily, we can use lazy annotation in Java config. We can use lazy annotation in Java config, or use lazy init attribute in on the bean element in XML configuration, in XML configuration based application. Fifth one, understood team? Sometimes if you want early initialize with lazy annotation, then use lazy lazy value is equal to false. Use lazy value is equal to false. Please concentrate, team. Hope you are able to understand. Lazy initialization means lazy initialization of bean means a bean will not initialized until referenced or called by another bean. B explicitly calling. B explicitly called that bean from application context. From application context. Now, sixth one. I already told lazy annotation is present on the class level means at the rate configuration. Bean level means method level. At the rate lazy annotation can be also used with at the rate auto void. Understood? At the rate auto void. This annotation is introduced in Spring 3.0. That's it, team. Almost all we did now. Now you want to see what is the proof here. Go here. Same example I am going to take, not any new examples. In here scope is not a matter. Maybe both scopes are singleton. Remove the scope. If you remove the scopes, default what happened? Default it will take as a singleton only. Go for here. Yeah, go for here. I have a one simple constructor. Public A. Println A class, A constructor. B constructor. No, forget about all. Our goal is not okay. If you want to later, I can share this one. Like you may expecting practice right later. Our goal is not scope. Our goal is go for this A. A will be calling this B. During our startup only A and B objects are created. Even you don't need to call any of these methods also. Methods is calling okay M1, right? No need for this. If you start our application, if you start your application during startup only, During startup only your objects will be created. Go to here, main, B constructor got created. Why A constructor is not created? Why A constructor is not created? A constructor also it would be called. Not called means it should call. I should give maybe this. A also it should be called, sir. I don't need this dependency injections also, to be frank. Here our case is for what? How to load these beans. I don't need this dependency injection. I want to take one simple classes, how to use it here. That's it. Now I have AA. That's fine. Go for here. If you start run, see A and B are created. Go for A. To be frank, no need for this also. No need for this. During your application startup, scopes are singleton. A and B are created. Now go for B. I want this. Go for your configuration. I want to give this scope as a lazy. Now here see. Go for this one. Run as. See, only A constructor only created. Not creating the B. When you will create the B, whenever either first request will be, either you should called by this one. Whenever you called this one, then only B will be created. Then only B will be created. Whenever you called request get context dot get bin, then it will go for your container. Start looking for this B of the class is this one. Then only your your Spring will try to create the object. Until you will send a request, Spring will not created. Whereas here, if it is singleton means by default during startup your container only all singleton objects will be created. Run as Java application. See, okay or not? Okay or not, team? Team, please concentrate. I don't want to give lazy at here. I want to give at class level. You can give who is stopping. So both are lazy initialization. But here you called only one. Have you called A here? No. At the time A will not come. A should not come. Only B only will come. Why? During startup you give A. You give all are lazy. If all are lazy means whenever you will send a request, then only these objects will be created. Until that, these objects will not be created. Now if you give here A, it should created. Just you are calling now. Now run as Java application. Understood the requirement, team? Understood the requirement, team? Team, are you clear with the lazy one? Everyone, team, please let me know if you are not able to following. Okay, let me know. I would explain. See, lazy means for what? During during startup initialization, I want to create my own. I want to create it whenever I want. At that time, how to override default behavior of the your spring? How to override default behavior of the your spring? Then only we should go for this lazy one. Understood, team? Okay, now done. So all these are used for lazy one. We have a discussed team. I have explained bean level. I have explained this configuration level. You can use instead of whenever you use auto wire, right? Now what happened? If you use auto wire, right? Don't use here. Don't use here. If your A class is component, B class also is component. Okay. Now go for here. How to scan? By default, if you are not specified, you no need to specify any base package. Default one, it will take which one? This one means here these two are available already. So if you are not specified in lazy, what happened? During startup only it will take. Because these are the singleton. I got it. I want to give my B class as a lazy. Now you will run it. Only A only will come, B will not come. When B will come, either B will be injected by others or B itself is called by your application context. Then only both will come. Understood, sir? We have implemented at the rate configuration global level. We have implemented bean level. We have implemented component level. If it is okay, XML means you should use. I have given that also. So sometimes by mistake I give lazy. I don't want this lazy initialize. By mistake I give lazy. If you give lazy means it won't call both. Only a constructor would be called because A is not lazy. But unfortunately by mistake I give this lazy. Now value is equal to false. Hey, please don't consider this lazy here. Okay. See, both are okay. Team, we can play like R&D like anything, team. All these things you are going to implement in our project, team. If you are strong on this core, you can play games like anything, team. We'll go for other stuff, team. Okay then, yeah, fine. Yeah, good, team. Now we are clear with this scopes and lazy annotations also. Now next example is very okay, interesting one is till 15 we are clear. 14 scopes. How to next example is how to read the properties values. Very important use case, team. Next one, how to load the properties values. How to load the properties files and get the values from properties file in Spring. How to load the properties files? How to load the properties files and get the values from properties files in Spring team. In Spring. So generally, how to load the properties file? I have a properties file team. Let's assume that sample.properties file. How to load? Now you need to write java.util. In util, there is a code is called properties code. Okay, p is equal to new properties file something. How to write the code? P dot load of sample.properties file something I am giving. Whenever the statement would be executed, what happened? It will load the properties file object. It will load the properties file object. It will create the properties file object. And how to get the value? String name, string properties name. String generally will be storing username and password. Get property of your sample.properties file. Username is equal to Srinu. Password is equal to welcome 123 or whatever. Once you will load the properties file, you got the properties file object p dot get property. Now string password p dot get property of password. Get property of password. Common requirement in every real-time project, how to load the properties file team. You have to be very clear how to load this properties file team. You have to be very clear how to load this properties file team. Understood? Now here see, instead of you will do all this code, Spring guys is given one annotation. So how to load? Okay, instead of you will write all this code, only one annotation. That annotation will take care to load the properties file. What is the annotation means? @ property source. You need to provide class path. Where is your properties file location? If it is available in the resources only, either you should give here absolute path or you should give here relative path, file path. Either you should give here absolute path or you should give here relative path. You should give here absolute path or you should give here a relative path. This annotation is used to load the properties file. This annotation is used to load the properties file. Once you will load the properties file, once it will load the properties file, then what will be happened? Once it will load the properties file, then what will be happened? How to read the values from properties file. Read the values from the properties file. 1. Using environment object which is provided by the Spring. Using environment class object. This is provided by Spring. Using environment class object. Using environment class object. This is provided by Spring. Next one, using @value annotations. Using @value annotation. Using environment class object. This is provided by Spring. Next one, using @value annotation. Using @value annotation. Using @value annotation. Understood, team? So how to use? Now we'll see practicality. First, environment object. Generally, properties file will have your database details or all configuration information will be available. Till now in this example, if you see our last black ink, here we are hard coding values. Now instead of hard codings, now we are reading from where? These values from properties file. Okay, instead of hard coding, now we are reading these values from where? Properties file. How to read these values from properties file is important. How to read these values from the properties file is very important now. Understood, team? Very important. So, okay, instead of hard coding these values, now we are trying to get these values from the properties file. Get these values from the properties file. Get these values from the properties file. Understood, team? Now here see. Now here see. Very important. Next one. It is a properties one. I want to go for remaining code is same. What is the code? @property source annotation. It will always looks for class path. Means in your project how many jars are there? In your project how many jars are there? It will go to all these jars. It will go to all these jars. It will go to all these jars. It will try to get the properties file from the class path. It will try to get the properties file from the class path. Understood, team? Try to get from the class path. How to use? How to? Once it is loaded, whenever this statement it will be executed. Whenever that statement will be executed, Spring Core scopes. Okay. whenever this statement will be executed, a properties file object will be created inside of your container. Inside of your container, a properties file object will be created. What are the values are there? These values would be there. These values would be created. Once it is happened, right? In your Spring, there is a class is called environment class. This environment class is extends property resolver, which will be again see interface resolving properties again underlying. What this environment class it will do? See property sources resolver. It implements the resolves the properties values against underlined set. So this environment object during your application startup only, these environments would be available. Environment aware interface will take care to create all the predefined required object. That means this environment object is available. One of the implementation class of this environment, configurable environment. One of the implementation class of this environment, understood, right? Abstract environment and all. This class will take care. This class will take care to load the properties file, and it will give the object to the environment object. That's why environment object somehow it is available in our container. How to get this object? Using @auto-wire. Using @auto-wire. So now see class is configured as bean in Spring container. This would happen during application startup. This would happen during application startup. This would happen. Environment class is configured as a bean in Spring container. This would happen during application startup. This would happen during application startup. Okay. Now next one. How to get this? How to get the value from the container using @auto-wire. How to inject the bean? How to inject? Get the bean. Okay, @auto-wire. Now once you got environment object, what you will do? Environment dot get property of my properties file. Environment dot get property of first one. Environment dot get property of second one. Okay. Now you will give like this. Whenever you will give this, it will read automatically the values. So it will load the properties file and refer this properties file with environment. That's it. That means that's it. Any questions, team, here? Now let's see how to load these values and all. Will show you practically. If I run this, my application remaining code is as it is. Here my example is how to load the properties file based on the environment. Okay, that's it. Instead of now you will get hard code values in our bin, now you will get dynamic values. Now you will get dynamic values. Okay, instead of hard code values, now you will get dynamic value. Understand, team? Now if I run this now, see, remaining code, it would be same. Run as Java application. Now you got the values from this, see, writing black from properties file, ink of Parker from properties. Writing black from properties file, ink of black from the properties file. You understood, team? If I change anything in my properties file, go to my properties file. If I would change anything properties file, just a star, let's see, without disturbing my code. Now you can run as Java application. See, now you got it or not? Just how to load the properties file. How to load the properties file means @property source. @property source is the annotation. This annotation will load the properties file. Once it will be in load the properties file, then what happened, using at the environment class object, we can get the values from the your properties file object and give to your application. Are you clear, team? Now this is one way. Another way is load the properties file using Java config value annotation. One is this one. Another one is you have to use directly in your code @value $, braces, black ink dot brand. That's it. @value black ink dot color. That's it. No need to provide any environment. No need to provide any environment. Just you have to give this one. You have to give this one. Your Spring will take care. Your Spring will take care. This @property annotation. Just you should have @property source. It is a source. Whenever you got this, this will be this load your properties file into your Spring container. Load your properties file into your Spring container. Once load, using @value. Once load, using @value. Using @value, you can get those values from the properties file. Using @value, you can get those values from the properties file. Now, how this value would work? Who will recognize how this value will be scanned? You have to provide. See, @value will come as it is. @value is used to inject the properties file. @value is used to inject the values from the properties file. Okay, inject the values from the properties file. So you no need to write any code here. Just you will write this @value annotation. That annotation will take care how to get the annotation will take care how to get the values from the properties file automatically. How to get the values from the properties file automatically. You no need to write any code here. Understood, team? Now go to here. But you should remember only one thing: whenever you are using value, you should load @property source placeholder configure. This class is the responsible for to scan your @value annotation, and it will able to recognize your @value annotation. Otherwise, we would get an error stream. Okay. See, wherever you are going to use @value, @value. Understood? Now you are writing here. That's it. @property source is used to load the properties file into memory. @value annotation is used to get the values from the properties file. Summary. One. @property source annotation is used load the property files. To get the values from the properties file object, either using environment object or @value annotation. Value annotation. Class will recognize the @value annotation. Got it, team? Or any questions, team? Got it, team? Or any questions, team? Hope you're clear, everyone. Now we'll see. Go to here, simple. Go to here, runner. Application context, new annotation only because we are using annotation. One second. See, this is what data team. Any questions here? Other rate value and environment. Wherever you want, you can use this. Understood, team? Hope you are clear, everyone. How to use other rate value annotation? Just wherever you want, you can configure in your XML and or Java config. Just to come to your code and you can use it. Let's assume that in your Spring don't have any properties. Brand is equal to ABCD. Default value you are trying to give. ABCD means default value you are trying to give. Here you gave default value. Again your properties file value is there. Which value will be executed? Can anyone tell? Here, what is the intention of this? Default value means, yeah, default value means, hey, if I am giving anything means my intention is, if any value will be given from external, don't take it, always take my default value only. That's what that okay, intention. Now, can you tell default value which will be executed or properties file value will be executed? Yes. Now, properties file value will be executed. Default properties file will be override with the properties file. See, always it will go here. Properties file only. If you remove this value, properties file comments are, if you remove this value, let's see, run as now it will take ABC is the brand or not. If you remove this value, now you got ABC is the brand. If you are not remove, what happened? Always your properties file will be override. Always your properties file will be override default properties. Default properties. Always it will execute it. The priority will give the properties files only. Now, if you see now, let's assume that here default also is not there. Default not there. In our properties file, that entry also is not there. Entry also is comment. Now still I am trying to access, I am trying to get for what? That value from the properties file. Now what is the output, team? Now what is the output? We will get an error. Error is saying that value is not found. This string value is not found. So now using other value. So what is the next value? we can set default value of property keys in @value annotation. @value annotation in @value annotation. Okay, here property key default value a. If the property key is not found the property key is not found in properties file, then it will get default value b. If the property key is present in properties file and default value, then always will give property file only, property file key value only. Now see if the property key is not found in properties file and also is not found in properties file and also default value not provided, then it will throw an error saying that could not resolve the placeholder illegal argument exception, could not resolve the placeholder. Understood, sir? That's it, team. Same like you can go for XML only. Same like you can go for XML. See, go for XML. Code is same. I am not going to write anything code. How to load, how you are going to give value, XML black ink, constructor argument, brand name, dollar of this one. How to load the properties file, property placeholder configurer, class path sample properties. Whenever the statement it will be executed, what happened? Properties file object would be created. Now this properties file object will be hold what? All the entries. Hold for all the entries. Understood? These entries would be added into where? Here. You can get these values from here. See here. If it is a XML, right? How to read the XML? Application context is equal new class path XML application context, run as Java application. That's it, team. Hope did you get it here? See, got a team from here. So either you can go for XML, you can go for Java config, properties only. Okay, XML AutoWire team. How this AutoWire will be using? Not using anywhere this bin. See, that's what what are the component classes? All the predefined class, all the user defined classes you can write component, but this class we cannot write component because it is not written by us. That's why if you want to load this, what you will do? Give @bin. @property source is used to load this properties file. Next, what you will do? @bin, wherever it is required, @value you should use, get the value, and you will be injecting wherever you want. See it here. Runner, run as Java application. Understood, team? Okay, everyone. Now, shall we discuss what annotation we have used till now? What are the Spring Core annotations, team? One is, don't tell by head answers, team. I want one by one how to use this Spring Core. We have executed very clearly how to use this Spring Core, team. Configuration @bin. Next one, after @bin, how to replace this bin? @component. How the component would be happened? You should explain very meaningful. Component will be identified using @component scan. How to get this component bins using @AutoWire. Next one, how to inject your XML config with Java config. @import resource. How to inject your Java config with Java config? You should go for this. Next one, how to scope, declaring as a scope annotation. Next one, lazy, good. Next one, yeah, we forgot to conflicts primary, we forgot qualifier. Next one, how the property source. Next one, how the value annotation. Understand, team, how we have explained all this stuff, team? Are you clear till now? Okay, no. Okay, till now we are clear, team. All are clear, right? Now next important one, team. Before that, one of our friend has asked that how to load the primitives. How to load the primitives. That anyhow will tell one example on primitives. Okay, it would be good, team. How to load the primitives. One of our friend was asking. It would be good, easy only, but anyhow we covered that one only, right? Why we should miss that primitivity? Yeah, all okay, everything we'll see how to inject that. He'll show you all. Yeah, first we'll take one simple use case team. We'll take one simple use case. New others, Maven project, special case like 001 Spring XML primitive. Group ID is com.srinutech. Artifact ID is this one. Name is this one. This is for primitives and collections. So this example I'm taking from here. Only this XML file only I'm taking here, sir, because writing, typing all this is not good. Okay, recommended. I'm taking this, sir. I'm closing everything now. Go top. Now start writing one simple class. The simple class may be employee or simple class may be anything. How you want. You want constructor. We can go via constructor. You want get setter. You should go for setter. It's all okay. Depends team. How you want to go. You can go and you will see. Better will go for one constructor, one setter. Later we will go for same constructor also. You have one class com.srinutech employee team, employee simple team, private int employee ID, private string employee name, private string employee city, alt sr, alt a. Okay, team. Now to string source generate to string. Okay, team. Now here see, I want to go for one employee spring test. But here is important, before going there, please try to understand. I'm removing this also. Employee com dot srinutech dot employee team. How to pass the primitive team? What is your Java bean name? EMP ID. You need to pass the here value 1 2 3. I'm closing the property. Like that, you should give how many values you should give. employee ID name. Same, this bean name, your property name should be same. This is city, Hyderabad. That's it. Now it is XML, right? Java config means easy team. How to write your core Java, that's it. Nothing is there like Java. Only like XML, only like difficult. Oh, I did not write any added the dependency team. Application context is equal to new class path because it is like XML. New class path XML application context. Give this file name. Context dot get bean of either you will give class name or you will give whatever it. Earlier we give only ID, right? Now we should give class name, no problem. Class. System.out.println employee is team. Understood, team? This is how to pass the primitives from your config. Java means easy, team. You can prepare the object, okay, inside of the config, okay, you can prepare the object. Okay. XML is only how to pass this, okay, XML. This. Suppose your employee object will have constructor team. Okay, your employee object will have constructor team. If it is constructor, now here if it is set property, you have names, but constructor is somewhat of a different team. See, let's assume that I don't have this setter. The problem with XML, see, the problem with XML, even though you will not write properly, if it is Java, okay, it would give a error. If it is okay, if it is okay, XML, see, nothing will see. If it is Java, if you are comment this setter, so it will give a error. Understood, team? Now go for your XML. It is earlier this one, team. How to apply comments in your XML? This one. Now you should pass the constructor argument, but here you should not. You can pass okay, index wise, you can pass argument wise. Here I am passing my first argument is an integer. What is the value? Employee ID 111. No need this XML comment. How many are there? This second one is string. You can pass either type, you can pass either index. Okay, depends. You can pass either one. If it is XML, run as creating bean with employee defined in the class path setting. Unsatisfied dependency injection. Constructor with index 1 of type is string, where index 1. It is here. No. Okay. Run as. Let's see what is the error. Unsatisfied dependency injection while creating employee defined in the class path resource settings attacks unsatisfied dependency injection argument index of 1 as string ambiguous constructor argument. Did you specify the correct bean reference? It is asking, shall we give instead of type, we can give index also, index 0, index 1, index 2. We can pass either type or we can pass name also. You can pass team. Advantage with the constructor. See, you got the output. First index is this, second index is this, and the third index is this one. So you can pass either index, you can pass either type, you can pass another one. Type you can pass, reference you cannot pass, type you can pass. What type it is? Earlier we have given it is an integer only, right? 0 is an integer. Now it is an string. 2 also is an string. Maybe ambiguity. Yeah, I understood. Yeah. Here value I should pass this one team. That is the problem. Why? No, we should pass this only. Index is working team. Employee of definition class path resource. Unsatisfied expressions to constructor index 1 of type string. Do you need to give 1 second? Index 1 is the issue. Small capital string. Let's see. Yeah, it was working team. I gave small string earlier. That is the problem. If it is XML, if any mistakes are there, until deploy your application, you cannot see team. Until deploy your application, you can't see team. Understood, team? So we are able to see primitives with construction. We are able to see primitives with this also, team. Are we clear, team, or any questions, team? Do you want to show this as a Java also? Java is easy, team. Java is just you can object dot set you will get it, team. Okay, but unfortunately why I could not explain means no one will use this XML. That's why we are not focusing on more. Okay, anyhow, what is the wrong? If you want, we'll go for collections also with this same team. And okay, team, okay, any questions here? Collections means you should go for same with collections also. Nothing is wrong here. How to use your Java configurations using collections, team. Using collections here. Let's assume that same employee only I have here. You should go for string, okay, or string or whatever it. Let's assume that either you will go for constructor or you will go for just how to use this one. Because collections means only it will take as an object to team. Now here what happened? Let's assume that I have here list of strings. I have here list of names. I have here list. I have here list of strings, list of names. I have everything, team. Or you can take only one also. For practice, you can take only one. Not a problem. We'll focus on only one, not all. How to do this? Java is easy. Alt SR, Alt A, source, generate, toString. Unfortunately here, right? Your bean ID is a employee only, team. How to comment? Constructor. How to comment your XML? Done. Here it is a setter, right? Property name is equal to employee. Okay, employee already available. Property name is equal to employee ID list. Name is equal to employee ID. Inside of the property you have list, right? List team. You have list is there, you have set is there, you have map is there, everything is there. Okay, depends upon the requirement you should give. Here value is equal to 111. 111, 222, 333, 444, 555. Suppose your employee IDs may be a another one private set of string names team. Actually, you should give a different names, may be a list, but IDs will not be a duplicate, always it would be same. Depends team, you can go for maps also, whatever you want you can go. Source, generate to string, go for here you should give, instead of list here, set. Good. If you want to go, take one more property, here it is a names, you will give Srinu, you will give tech, you will give Srinu tech, whatever team. Done. Go to here, you are injecting team, you are injecting, later you can inject map also, who will stop you? Another one you should take that one as a map, whatever you want to team. Map also is there. Map means for what? You will get key value both. I will show you that also. Let's see. But no one will use this, very rare industry will use. That's the reason. See, I'm not see. I got list, I got names also. Suppose you got here one more map. Now what you will do? Either you should go for generic map, you should go for whatever it. You should go for map employee city. Now you will give employee ID and employee city. How to go? Go to here. It is a one more property. This property name, your bean name should be same. Remember, it is a map. It's not a list. Okay, it's not a set. It is a map. How you will do map? Go ahead here. Entry. Two value will come. Key is equal to your employee ID 111. Value is equal to city, Hyderabad. I'm close this one. Like that, how many you want? You can write. No problem, done. Delhi. Bangalore. Go to here, run as Java application. What is the issue here? Error while creating name with employee defined in the class path. Nested exception. Not invalid property employee in city of bean class. Employee city is not writable. EMP city. Property is EMP city map. All are okay. What is the error? Let's see. Source, generate to string. Run as. Yes, earlier setters was not there. Now you got the map also, where key value. Done team. I don't know who was asking. Are you clear team? Are we clear, team? Tarun, all. Okay, got it, team. Now, got it. Okay, next question, team. Next use case, very important. Yeah. Till now, we have seen how to load the properties file. But now, next use case is how to load the properties file based on environment. Based on environment. Sir, you can use that bag also. Okay, instead of where group of list of list element is there, at the time you can use for bag also, sir. At the time you can use for bag also, sir. Okay, depends upon the requirement. You should go. Okay, understood, sir? Okay, you can use for bag also. Generally, bag and all we should go for Hibernate, not for the in Spring Core. In Hibernate, if you want to map your columns and all, you should go, but not in Spring Core collections team. Not in Spring Core collections. Okay, it is also one of the elements in Spring Core. If you give class name, right, it will map. Okay, if you represent a class as list of object, we can map the list by list or bag elements into the map file. That is pure in Hibernate, not for the Spring Core team. Not for the Spring Core. Understood, sir? Sir, are you clear? You can use either list or bag, sir. So list is always elements in insertion order is preserved. Bag is not preserved. That's it. But no one will use this bag. Most of them will prefer for the list also. List only. If you want to specify order, so list without specify order, then you should go for bag. Okay, you should go for bag. I think it came from JDK 1.7, I think, if I'm not wrong. Am I right, sir? Okay. Now here now. How to load the properties file based on the environment. Okay, very important. In real time, we will have different environments team. Environments are people also called as profiles. Profiles. See, in your real time, your application developer has developed the application. Okay, your application. Once you will deploy your application, what happened here now? Okay, next one. I would explain very simple way. Developer has developed the application, commit the code into Git repo. Here we have Jenkins is there. How the real time use case team. Developer develop application code. Develop the application code. Commit the code into Git repo. What this Jenkins will do, whenever you commit the code, what this Jenkins will do, whenever you will commit the code. Jenkins will read the code from source code git repo. Generally, it will Jenkins internally will use Maven common JDK. What it will do? Compile the code. After compile the code, okay, execute JUnit. Very important unit test cases. In our real-time project, we will see all. Execute the unit test cases. Without unit test cases, no project is there. After that, execute code quality, how your code quality is there. This also will see in our project. Okay, next one. After that, execute sonar reports. In our project, we will see all. If all okay, build the jar. If jar is okay, using Docker, build the image. Once image is done, push the image into Docker Hub or EC2 in our AWS. If that is also is done, then deploy image into A dev B test C UAT. So many environments we have. Ninth one, if all okay, deploy into production. I would say in our real time, this process is called CI, continuous integration. I don't want to talk about all this now because it is not related to our core, Spring core. In our real-time project, we'll explain more. This process is called CD. So whenever once your CD, right? How many environments you have? You have dev environment. Your application will be deployed into dev environment. Your application will be deployed into test. Your application will be deployed into UAT, or I will not use UAT and all. I will use only prod. If your application would be deployed into dev environment, it is dev. If it is test, it is prod. You have database, dev DB, test DB, and production DB. You have dev database, you have test database, you have prod database. If your application will be deployed into dev, it will read dev environment properties file to connect to dev environment properties file, to connect to dev environment DB. Generally, to connect to dev environment, we need dev DB URL comma username, comma password. To connect testdb, here devdb is maybe dev dot something, and here okay, username is maybe Srinu. Here you have password maybe. To connect test environment, what you will do? To connect production, what you will do? So here db is testdb. Here db is prod. Understood how in your application you have different environment properties files are there. Every application you have sample.properties file. It is not any sample hyphen dev environment.properties file. You have sample hyphen test environment.properties file. Very important in your real time. Those who are working, they will know these values. Prod properties file. Very important. So in dev environment properties file, what happened? Dev backend system configuration is there. Here dev backend system, maybe a app service, maybe a database. Dev backend configuration is there. If it is testdb, test backend configuration is there. If it is in production backend configuration. So in your real time, when you deploy your application into dev environment, when you deploy your application into dev environment, it will be connecting, it will read the dev properties file, get the dev related db url, username and password. It will connecting into devdb. If you deploy your application into test environment, it will read the test environment properties file. It will connect to testdb. If you deploy into production, it will read the production based properties file, connecting into proddb. Remember, without this use case, no project development is there. Doesn't matter. It is Java, .NET, PHP, SAP, ABC, XYZ. Without these profiles, without this environment, no project is there. Blindly, you should trust me, please. You should trust me, please. You will see your company. Okay, anyone is okay working here, team? Okay, anyone is here okay working? Okay. Yes. Mahesh, have you seen this environment profiles, Jagdish and all? Yeah. Yes. So these okay profiles are mandatory, team. Okay. Yeah, good team. Yeah. Now we'll see. Now my question is how to in real time we will have different environments or profiles. How to load the properties file based on the environment. I would say in real time we will have different profiles. How to identify, how to find the environment based properties file. Sir, I have okay explained here in earlier. Okay, without Spring what happened, you know? Without Spring what happened? Without Spring what happened? configure profile name in Tomcat. You need to configure. When without Spring, configure profile name in the bracket like dev, test or prod in inside server configuration. If it is Catalina.properties file, I would give environment is equal to dev in our code. So during application startup, all the values will be set to JVM. How to set to JVM? System dot set property environment. I will show you practical everything dev. Like that it will set. If it is test right, in test server you will give this. If it is prod right, prod server you will give prod. In our application, our code, application code. How the application code is there? String env is equal to system dot get property of env. Once it is done, string file name is equal to, what is my file name? Sample hyphen plus environment name will come runtime. If it is dev value will come. If it is test, okay, test value will come. If it is prod value will come. Plus dot properties file. So at runtime, this file name would come team. Whenever this file name would come, what will do, same code. What is our previous code? Properties file is equal to new properties file. You have to write all the code. So you have to read this value from the manual. You have to attach this from the manual. So to overcome this, what Spring has given, hey, this is common. This will be set to your JVM. Instead of you will read all this stuff manually, Spring has given, there is a annotation is called @profile. @profile. @profile annotation is used to get the value, get the environment value from the JVM which was set during application startup. Understood? Company to company team, but this would be same team. In your project, you have dev environment, test comma, UAT comma, production environment or prod. How to load, how to test, how to load environment based properties file. So answer is using @profile annotation. Environment based properties file using @profile annotation. using @profile annotations team. Using @profile annotation. Okay, now we'll see how it works and all. Now we'll see practically using @profile annotations. Okay, next one team. Okay, next one. If it is standalone application, if it is standalone application, we have to set the environment using the below options. A, using system.set property environment comma dev, or spring dot profiles dot active is equal to dev or test or whatever. If it is web application, we have to set the environment at server level. If it is Tomcat, every environment we have one server. The Tomcat is Catalina dot properties file. There you should give key value, right? env is equal to dev team. If it is JBoss, think JBoss, the file is called server.xml file. Here also you should give env is equal to dev something team. Okay, how to get this value? How to get the share? Whenever we set the environment value during application startup, it would be set to JVM team. It will be set to JVM team. It is a different one. If you use Docker, then set the environment name inside Docker file. That we'll see later. Okay, whenever we set the environment value during application startup, whenever we set the environment value during application startup, it will set to JVM. How to get the values from JVM? How to get the values from JVM? Number one team, system dot get property of environment. Here it is a environment. Sorry, how you are setting here? Same. Option is 1. You can do it option 2 using profile, using @profile annotation. This will use internally system dot get property annotation only. This will use internally system dot get property annotation only. This will use internally system dot get property annotation only. Understood team? Depends team. How you will be using depends. Okay, now clear. Okay team. Now we'll see practicality how it will be happened. Now we'll see practically how it works. Now let us go. Understood team? This value. Understood? Hope you understood this. You'll go our practice example. Now you will be able to know everything. See now, please concentrate. Profiles, 20 example. First, how many properties we have? Dev property, QA property, and prod. Okay. Dev property. Just I want to show you if the properties file not directly under resource, if the properties file under another folder, how it happens. Different ways team you have. One is how many number of profiles is equal number of configurations at the rate profile dev. It is auto override component scan. This is required to read the value from the properties file. QA, right? This one value is equal to QA. See, if the properties file is available in directly under resource, if the properties file is available directly under resource, I am using class path colon sample -QA dot properties file. If the properties file is available not under directly, if it is available under properties, if it is available under properties, then what happens? See here, class path. Remember, in real time, these kind of use cases will be there. At the time, you will go to the Google instead of struggling a lot. If you remember practice, when I should go for class path directly, if the properties file is available under resource. If the properties file is not available under resource, you should go for class path properties class sample-prod dot properties file. Sample-prod dot properties file. Okay, now please okay, try to understand. Please okay, try to understand what we are okay explaining. Okay, the next one team. What is next one? Now the remaining code is same. Code is I am reading the properties values. How you are reading the properties value? Are you reading the properties value from dev environment? Are you reading the properties value from test environment? Are you reading the properties value from QA environment? While testing this application, developer has the responsibility how to, if it is a standalone application, how to test two ways. One is spring.profiles.active is equal to dev. Another one is system.set.environment is equal to this. Okay. Now how to do this one? Spring.environment is equal to this. How it happens? Now we'll see practicality. Now we'll see practically how it happens. Okay. Now we'll see. 1 second. Okay, now see how to pass this profile is important. If you use this, what happened? You must use get only. If you use this, what happened? Whenever you will use this, it will try to read all this configuration. It will try to read dev configuration. It will try to read QA configuration. It will try to read, but which value it will be match? It will be match either dev It will be match either QA, it will be match either prod, the corresponding properties file would be loaded team. Corresponding properties file would be load team. Understood team? Corresponding properties file would be loaded team. How to do? Now here see, run as MVN installed. Very important. Interviews are asking how to pass the environment variable. Answer is spring.profiles.active. This one you will be using legacy one. Legacy one means compulsory you should get the system.get property only. System.get property only. If you will use spring.profiles.active, then other profile will take care. Internally it will be using system.get property value. If the property value will be match which config, the corresponding config class it will be executed. Corresponding config class it will be executed. Understand, sir? Now here see. Please try to understand. Go to this properties file, QA, dev, prod. Go to this runner. Now here see. If I am giving system.set property spring profile active is equal to dev here see. If I will run this, run as Java application, it will load dev properties file team. It will load dev properties. If I load system.set property QA, then what happened? During your application startup, during this application startup, it will try to scan. It will try to scan all the config classes. It will try to scan all the config classes. This where this QA would be match. At the rate of profile, this QA would be match this here. This QA would be match here. If this QA would be match here, this configuration file would be loaded. This configuration file would be loaded. This configuration file, what is there? Black ink dot brand, black ink dot color. Look, understand team. This is what happened. Now here see. Now if I run this application, run as, it will load which properties file? QA properties file. Either you should pass from here or you should pass as your JVM arguments. Either you should pass here or you should pass as a JVM argument. Now here see, if I go here, QA. Now run as Java application. See, you got this production. In your real time, either you should be run here If you will not do anything, what happens? See, you will get an error. See here, what error? No such bean named writer is defined. No such bean named writer is defined. If you are not configuring anything, you got the error like no such bean is. That means now here, okay, what happened? It could not be load your properties file because of this properties file could not load. None of the configuration is not match. None of the configuration is not match. If none of the configuration is not match, this component scan also will not be executed. This component scan will not be executed. So now what happened? Whenever this component scan, if environment, it would be executed. Okay, so if none of the component scan will be executed, if none of the component scan will be executed, so now what happened? Component scan will not work. So component scan will not work. Now here see, okay, that is the reason. At least okay, it should be executed only one. Then only all the beans, okay, component scan will be executed team. Now here see, either you will be set like this, or let's see, run as configuration environment spring.profiles.active is equal to dev profiles by run. See, it will load dev properties. Either you should pass from system.set property, or you should pass spring.profiles.active is equal to dev team, or you should pass spring.profiles.active team. You understand, team? Hope, are you clear, or any doubts? Okay, team. Now we'll see. Now another one is team, how to optimize. Do you need 3 configurations? Do you need in 3 configurations? No. How to combine these 3 into one configuration? See, okay, at the rate, okay, profile. Okay, at the rate profile is used to, okay, at the rate profile annotation is used at class level, is used at method level, is used at class level, and is used at method level team. How to use it at class level, we have already seen. How to use it at class level, we have already seen. Now you should go for method level. At the rate profile, now you should go for method level. See, okay, instead of you will write all, you should write at the rate profile property sources placeholder is equal new property sources placeholder configure placeholder dot set location. You can give new class path sample-dev dot properties file. It is new class path resource sample-qa dot properties file. If you see here, new class path sample slash properties file. Slash properties slash this one thing, because this is available in this example it is like directly is available, no need to. Understood, team? If you are using at class level, okay, if you are using at class level, if other right profile will use at class level, then number of profiles is equal number of configuration classes. Number of profiles is equal number of configuration classes. If other rate profile will use at method level, then number of one configuration class, then one configuration class which will have number of methods, then one configuration class which will have then one configuration class which contains number of profiles is equal number of methods. Number of profiles is equal number of methods. Each method will take care to load each profile properties file. Each profile properties file. Understood, team? Okay or not? Now you will see. At the rate of profile you can use at class level or you can use at method level. If you use at class level, number of environments is equal to, number of profiles is equal to that many classes, config classes we should use. If you use at method level, then what happened? You need to use all in one single config class. You should write the code how to load the properties file. Property sources placeholder configure is equal to new property places folder configure placeholder dot set location, new class path resource. It will be done. If it is QA, it will be done QA. If it is production, it will be done for the prod team. See, I will show you practically here how to run the application. Here, either you can set from the, if it is standalone application, you can set from the here, run as Java application. It will load the QA properties file. It will load the QA properties file. Or if none of the also is there. Let's see. Component scan should work. Will not get any error, but value will not coming from the properties file. If the value will not come the properties file, you will get an error. No property found. Okay, something you will get an error team. See, run as Java application. See, writing with you are getting these values will be replaced. These values will be replaced. Okay, instead of you are getting error team. If you see here, what your Spring configuration will do, if you are not getting anything, these values will be replacing with as a name. This value will be replacing with as a color team. Understood? That's why you have to pass the environment or profiles either following like this or run as configuration environment new spring dot profiles dot active dev team. That's it. Okay, team. Now if you run the application now. Oh, already run. Now you got it. This is what team, how to load the properties file based on the environment. Till now we have used properties file environment. Now you can go for a properties file using XML. Using XML. Using XML. See, I have different XML. It is like equivalent to dev properties file. I have QA XML. Same code. org spring framework dot bean dot factory dot config dot this one. I am loading QA properties file. Similarly, I am loading production. But how to import one XML to another XML? I told yesterday there is element inside of a XML is called import. I am importing dev configuration. I am importing QA. I am importing prod. I am importing all team here. I am importing everything here. Here bean ID. This is same, but how to import one XML into another XML? How to import one Java config into another Java config? Okay, yesterday we have seen @import. Similarly, if it is XML, how you are importing one XML to another XML? Using import to tag. So that all would be available here. Now you will pass the environment. How to pass the environment? Same code, but instead of annotation here, XML class path. That's it. If it is dev, dev. If it is QA, QA. If it is prod, prod. Understood, team? Are you clear or not? Or any questions, team? Now, till now we have seen how to load this properties file using standalone. Now we will go for if I deployed application into my Tomcat Spring profiles with if I want to deploy application into my Tomcat. How to deploy your application into Tomcat? Have you seen anywhere your standalone method here? Have you seen anywhere your standalone method team here? Standalone means your main method class is there here. Please try to understand. Here main method class is there here. No, I'm using Spring config. I'm using Spring config team. Here I'm using web.xml. If you are using Java config in web.xml, Please try to understand. If you are using Java config in web.xml, see, in our real time, most of the applications, Spring is core module only. This core module will be, there is no projects is called only core module team. Core module will be used for to develop web application, to develop REST APIs, to develop any distributed applications. There is no real-time project is only Spring Core. What is the job of the Spring Core? Spring Core will provide the objects. Okay, instead of developer will create the objects, Spring Core will provide everything to you for as per your needs. Here we are providing context loader listener. This has the responsible bootstrap your root application context using context listener. How to do? Control Shift T. See, this will also internally will use web application initializer. This class has the responsibility to load your app.xml. User or not to load. It is replacement of your app.xml. It is a replacement of your app.xml. It will map your /root to your Tomcat. Everything CT during your application startup only. It will, application startup only. This will be responsible to create the servlet context object. That means it will, this class has the responsible to load this app.xml, and after loading this app.xml, it will identify, it will created the your Spring container object using this. Once that container is creating, it is trying to load all these classes based on the profile. How to configure the profile teams? If it is Tomcat, right? Go to your, if it is Tomcat, right? In our project, wherever Tomcat is there. How to load the environment properties file from the Tomcat? Go to here, softwares, Apache Tomcat. If it is JBoss also, config, Catalina and dot properties file. It is Spring application, right? You should give Spring application dot dev or prod. You should give it. Spring dot profiles dot active is equal to prod. Now, if I build my application, run as MBR installed. Now refresh. During your application startup, what logs will come to here? It will verify your Spring config is loaded. Writer dot write to method will be executed here. Now please concentrate here. What is there here? Prod. In your code you have prod properties file. Yes, this one would be loaded. During startup only we'll get all the logs and all. Where can we see the logs? Here. During startup only, because you are calling during your startup, you will get it everything during startup. In logs it will be printed like this, writing with the QA properties. Let's see it. Writing with QA properties. startup.sh, startup.bin. Let me check. First, did you deploy your application into your web apps? Copy. Now, see, loaded prod spring configuration. Loaded prod spring configuration. Writing work with black prod ink of Parker prod. Writing with the black prod ink of Parker prod brand. Understood, team? If you give here, now QE means here you are giving, means I told clearly, if it is Tomcat, you should give like this here. If it is Tomcat, here you should give spring dot profiles dot active. If it is Docker, you should give here also. Whenever you will give this one, right? Now what happened? How to get other rate profiles will try to read the value from the JVM. During your application startup, all the properties will be set to JVM. If any property you want, other rate profile will get this spring dot profile value from the JVM. Whatever value is from JVM, your other rate profile will take it and it will start. It will find is there any profile classes or profile method is available. If it is available, corresponding properties file would be loaded. Okay, team. Now, if it is clear, right? Now let's see. See, team. Loading QA spring configuration. Loading QA spring configuration, team. Are we clear, team? Are we clear or not? Okay, everyone. Team, any questions, team? Team, any questions, team? All okay, everyone. Good. Now see, team. What annotations we have practiced till now? We have implemented. One is what is first one? First one at the rate configuration. Second one at the rate bean. Good. Why? After configuration bean only will come. Third one easily okay, you can remember, team. Yeah. So instead of bean, you should give as a component. Fourth one, @component scan. Good. Why? How to scan these component classes using @component scan. Fifth one, @auto wire. Why? How to get the beans of this component. Okay. Sixth one, how to inject your XML into Java config. Seventh one, @import to one Java config would be imported to another Java config. After that, how to resolve the ambiguity. After that, to resolve the ambiguity using qualifier and all. Next one, we did practice of examples on scope. Understood? Yeah. Scope means during startup only beans are loaded. If you don't want startup, you should go for lazy. Next one. Next one, team. Team, what is next one? Anyone? Before profile, what we have discussed? Before value, what we have discussed? Yeah. See, that's what you should not by @ property source is used to load the properties file. Once properties file will be loaded, then only we should get this value. Once value will be loaded, how to load the properties file based on the environment? Now you should go for @ profile. You should not by here, team. Based on the use case, we should remember all. 14. Okay, next one, team. There is a annotation is called @required to make. Generally, when you should go for constructor and setter injection, if the dependency is mandatory, you should go for constructor. If the dependency is optional, you should go for setter injection. To make setter injection also mandatory. To make setter injection also mandatory, we should go for @required. On top of some setter injection, on top of some setter methods, you should declare so that for setter dependency also, for setter also dependency was mandatory. Also dependency was mandatory. Mandatory, team. Understood, team? We have discussed around how many, team? 15 annotations we have discussed. Any questions, team, here? Any questions, team, here? Another 2 annotations are there. These 2 are Java annotations. @named, @inject. @named is nothing but it's a bean. @named is nothing but either it's a bean or @bean or component. @inject is nothing but auto wire. These 2 are Java annotations. These 2 are Java guys. All are Spring, but these 2 are only Java guys has implemented this. Understood? Either you should go for bean, or you should go for name, or you should go for @component, or @inject means @AutoWire team. Now we'll see this example team. Any questions team till 15 annotations? Any questions team? We have discussed till now 15. Any questions team? Any questions team? Hope okay everyone. We are clear all. Okay. Now what are the examples? Okay, we have discussed team till now. Just for examples, one is constructor injection using XML. Now two is setter injection using XML config. Next one team, constructor injection using Java config. Setter injection using Java config. Okay, fifth one team, what is fifth one team? Fifth one is import XML config with Java config. Sixth one, import Java config with Java config. Seventh one, we have seen integrate XML config comma Java config with Java config. All scenarios we have seen team. After, how to resolve the ambiguity using using primary comma qualifier. Using primary comma qualifier, how to resolve the ambiguity using primary comma qualifier team. Okay, next one team. Okay, what is next one? Scopes team. We have discussed about scopes. Scopes we have discussed both example singleton prototype. Scopes in the bracket using Java config using AutoWire using XML team. Next one team. Immediately we have started how to load the properties files. No, lazy annotations. Lazy annotation examples. Next one, primitives comma collections examples. Next one, how to load properties files using XML. How to load properties file using Java config. How to load properties file AutoWire. Next one is profiles using class level, profiles using method level, profiles using server level, using XML and tunting, using XML and Java conf. Understood, team? This is what we have discussed till now. Any question once again? Hope nothing is okay, surprising team here. Hope all are good team. Now, okay, next one team. What is the next topic? Okay, any questions team till now? Any questions team? No, clear, no, good. Next example team. See, I will show you this annotation stuff. Annotations, see, same team, same as previous component scan and all. Wherever component is there, at the rate named. Wherever component is there, at the rate named. Wherever component is there, at the rate named. So if you observe, these are the our J2EE annotations. These are the our J2EE annotations. These are not our Spring annotations. These are the J2EE annotations, not the Spring annotations. Okay, team. Wherever auto wire is there, you can use this inject. You can inject the beans using constructor. You can inject the beans using XML. Sorry, setter. You can inject the bean using field level. Remember, these annotations are available in J2EE, not a Spring framework. J2EE, not a Spring framework. Understood, team? Now, here Spring core is okay. Here okay, no runner. If you see here, just I am declaring whether these beans are coming or not. I think you should go ahead with backend dummy data only. Only how to use at the rate inject and other rate. How to use at the rate inject and at the rate named. These two are given by who? Spring team. Now if I run the application, same stuff. Run as Java configuration. See team, better with the black ink of further.